Ready? Play.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to another episode of Talking Tennis. Basically, just going to give you an update on how things are going in Monte Carlo, but also will inform you, and I hope I'm coming through loud and clear. I'll also inform you, of course, keep you updated with the Djokovic match, which is going to get underway shortly. But more significantly, perhaps, is that Munar won the first set against Andrey Rublev pretty incredibly, to be honest with you. 6-4. He was down a break. Munar, I think he lost his serve right at the beginning of the match. He then broke back and ultimately managed to seal the set 6-4. However, Rublev is up a double break in the second set, leading 3-love. I can see him now right in front of me with his clay-stained socks, as his compatriot Daniel Medvedev was keen to highlight the other day. Let's just have a quick sound check. Fingers. Yes, it sounds like it's working fine. Let me know your thoughts on this match in the live chat, by the way, and any other thoughts you have on this tournament as a whole, basically. Make sure you hit the like button and make sure you subscribe to the channel if you are new. You can also become a member as well and enjoy all the perks that come with that, like exclusive footage and extra perks, such as the ability to have badges, etc., and all sorts of other little perks that you can get for a very reasonable price. I've just seen Andrey Rublev arguably do the worst drop shot of the year, and Munar has punished it, and it's 15-all. Let's maybe get up a scoreline for you on the screen for you. It's 15-all. It's 3-love, by the way. And it's now 15-30. Rublev cutting a frustrated figure, despite the fact things are kind of going back in his direction right now, let's say, in terms of the fact that at least he's got a double break. And I would still expect Rublev to seal this now from this juncture. How about that? Do you like that? It's now 30-all, by the way. Let's actually get a poll going, shall we, in the live chat. Who's winning? Shall we say who's winning Monte Carlo? I guess that's the right thing to probably post rather than particular matches. Let's go with that. Who's winning Monte Carlo? Start a poll. Who's winning Monte Carlo Masters? I always think it's funny when you write who's winning Monte Carlo, and you don't get to keep the city or the place. Rublev, by the way, has a game point now at 40-30. Djokovic, of course, has to be among the favorites. Tsitsipas, two-time defending champion. Let's go with Sinner, perhaps, as the third favorite. Is that fair? Maybe you've got other ideas. And let's go for other in the fourth category. Perhaps you fancy Holger Rune or maybe even Andrey Rublev himself, although he is down a set as we speak. Let me know your thoughts on this in the live chat, by the way. I'm also going to pin for you something in the live chat so you can potentially join us as a member. Let's get this pin for you. Let me know your thoughts as well on Sonego saving 4 match points earlier and eventually overcoming Ugo Humbert 7-5 in the third set. But really was on the ropes on those 4 match points. There was one passing shot in particular, which was incredible for to save one of the match points. Was just an incredible match and probably the best match of the tournament so far. What are we thinking about Jack Draper, by the way, and Stav Wawrinka? Good wins for them the other day. What do we think about Djokovic? Is he going to hit the ground running? Any thoughts on Rafa Nadal? I will let you know if I see anything regarding his potential participation in Barcelona. Let's have a quick look to see if there's anything on Twitter. Yeah, it looks like no comments as yet regarding Barcelona, but there is a lot of rumors and conjecture, both about the immediate and long-term future of Rafa Nadal. Let's see how that pans out. Anyway, back to the immediate, the absolute now. 1 minute 13, 1 minute 13, 1 hour 13 on the clock. Rublev leading 4-love, by the way, right now, and looking comfortable, let's say. Let's probably share the screen with you so we can have a quick look around the grounds on the various courts here in Monte Carlo, because there's more than obviously one match taking place. David Fokina, for example, he is on the ropes. Let's get these scores up for you on the screen. So as I talk you through some of these matches, you can have a better idea. Let's pin the membership thing as well. That's pinned. Nice of you. Make sure you hit the like button. By the way, I've got 6 of you right now joining. Hopefully we'll have many more, but make sure you hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. Let's share the screen. So we've got some scores here for you from the Talking Tennis website. Make sure you check out the Talking Tennis website, by the way. And there we go. It's also got the exclusive interview that we did last week with Tony Nadal about Rafa's immediate future, long-term future, and long-term past. As I try to open this, let me get one of my little furry friends to cover. Cool, there we go. Cool. So, Rublev, by the way, is threatening to break again. I think he's really like a wounded animal. A great passing shot there from Andrey Rublev, meaning he has a 5-love lead. He is set to bagel his opponent in this second set, and I really don't see any other result now, certainly regarding this set, but perhaps even the match, than an Andrey Rublev win. Am I getting a bit too excited perhaps about that? I don't know. But anyway, let's just having a quick look. Nardi, the Italian, is on serve with the wild card of Vacherot. I hope I'm saying that correctly. And Davidic Fokina, last year's finalist, and probably many people's dark horse for this tournament. And Vanch and I were tipping him to go all the way in Estoril last week. Lost the first set 6-2 against Khachanov and is on the verge of losing the second one set 6-2 and therefore going out in straight sets at the first time of asking. So, I mean, Khachanov is a really tough first-round opponent, but then so is Davidic Fokina for Khachanov. I hope the Spaniard is feeling healthy and fine. By the way, let's get this up for you here. This is the match that we're talking about. Let's get some of the info up here from Tennis Live regarding this. But listen, the stats barely tell the story. Ugo Humbert winning the first set 6-3, but then Sonego, the wild card from Italy, coming back and winning the second set. But listen, he was on the ropes. He was on the verge, losing the second set. Winning the second set, but the third set, he was down a break for large parts. And not only that, was facing 4 match points. And make sure you check out the passing shot from Sonego. I think it was on the 4th match point. He's on the ropes. It's Rafa-esque against Djokovic. Rafa-esque against Zverev last year. Remember some of the passing shots that Rafa pulled out in that first set tiebreak. Unfortunately, of course, Zverev ended up getting injured and pretty much missing the entire year from then. Oh, by the way, Zverev winning earlier against Bublik. That was a really good match, actually. A lot closer than I expected. I thought that Zverev had turned a corner in the last month or so, or possibly even a bit more in the Middle East. Certainly making strides and was very, very close, of course, to knocking out Medvedev in Indian Wells. I thought that he would win in straight sets, but actually Bublik won the first set. Zverev won the second. And when he was a break up at the beginning of the third, Zverev, that is, I thought, well, this is done. But hats off to Bublik. Fought his way back, but unfortunately serving at 4-5 in the, I think it was 4-5, yeah, 4-5 in the deciding set. Goes love 40 down. And of course, from love 40 down, you're always in trouble. There was a few too many double faults as well from Bublik today. Let's maybe have a quick look at some of the results as well. Perhaps let's just stay on Tennis Live, shall we? Have a look at some of the results from earlier today. But that was one that stood out. There we go. Dimitrov, by the way, overcoming Shelton. Shelton winning the second set and a big scream from him. But ultimately, Dimitrov proceeding. Of course, that's now 3 clay court matches for Shelton, of which he's lost 2. By the way, are we pumped for Dominic Thiem winning? Talking of sort of 2 out of 3, he's won. Is that 3 out of 4 matches now on clay this season? I mean, we are clutching at straws, I know, but I'm bigger on Zverev's chances during the clay court season than many. I know that. I know. By the way, if I'm not saying anything, it's because nothing crazy is happening. I mean, Rublev is 15-30 on his serve, but he's 5-love up here. So we can assume this is going to be one set all at some point in the next few minutes. But I'm bigger slightly on Thiem than some. I thought the 2 wins, was it 2 wins he had last week? Yeah, 2. I think he had 2 wins. I better check this out, actually. Thiem in Estoril, maybe it was 1. Maybe I'm getting too carried away. Let's have a look. He beat Shelton, that's right. Oh, and of course, he came from a set down to his compatriot Offner exactly in the round of 32. So, yeah, 2 wins out of 3. And I thought the win over Shelton was much better than people were giving him credit for. We've seen how Shelton pushed Dimitrov to 3 sets today. So, yeah, and I think Shelton will very quickly get to grips with clay. I'm not saying he's ever going to be necessarily a Grand Slam winner on the surface, but I do think that, that I think that things could end up doing well. Got to make a booking. I'm going to be playing tennis outside in Germany for the first time since about October, I guess. On Saturday. Let's see. Yeah, I should be playing doubles on Saturday around midday, hopefully. Let me just check which court. Cool. Oh, so Munar's got a break back, by the way, 5-1. So the comeback in this set is on. He's got one of his breaks down. Oh, boy. Can you imagine the breakdown from poor Andrey Rublev if he's to lose this match in straight sets from here, having been 5-love up? I have to say, I can't think of a precedent on that. I'm sure many players in history have lost from 5-love. I remember just last year, Sebi Korda being 5-1 up. I think it was on Rafa in Indian Wells. I think it was 5-1. It was certainly a double break anyway. So, yeah, we've seen double breaks squandered, that's for sure. But 5-love with a double break is particularly exceptional. And I think even more important is because Rublev is the favorite. I still expect Rublev to win this set and also to go on and win the third, but we will see. Yeah. Anyway, Ben Shelton, what do we think about him on this surface? Do we think he's going to start pulling up any trees? I'm not expecting him to pull up any trees, but yeah, maybe get a few more wins under his belt, maybe even in the early rounds of the French Open. By the way, Nardi now is up a break on Vacherot. So he's close to winning the first set. And Khachanov did seal the deal against Davidovich Fokina. Maybe I'll get this sort of screen up here so you can see things quite clearly that I'm sort of looking at right now. Make sure you hit the like button, by the way, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you're new. Put that up on the screen for you. Looks like we've got a comment. Hi, Matthew. Hi, John. Do you think Madrid could benefit Shelton? I certainly do, actually. I think that's a really good a good example, Matthew, of where I think he may well be suited, obviously, with the big serve. We see how Zverev does well in Madrid, obviously double finalist there in the last 2 years. I will be in Madrid, Matthew, by the way, so I may even ask him if I get a chance. I might get to attend 1 or 2 pre-tournament press conferences. I'm not sure when they'll be taking place, but I'm arriving in Madrid in time for the qualifiers, actually on the Monday. I think the qualifiers take place on Monday and Tuesday. Liam Brody, of course, will be there. It'd be great if I can get a chance to chat to Liam in Madrid. That'd be great if he qualifies, of course. But no, I do, Matthew, and I'm guessing from the question, you may well think the same, that perhaps that may well be good for him. And as I say, I think he will. I still think we're not looking at something like, we're not looking at quite the same as Alcaraz on grass, as in like, I am convinced that he will get there on grass. I am convinced that it may even be a good run at Wimbledon, for example, for the Spaniard this year. Fingers crossed he's fit. But yeah, no, I do think Shelton will win a few matches. I mean, he won one in Estoril. The first 2 games against Dominic Thiem, he was amazing. Dominic Thiem told me at the time that he was having bad words in his head, but I must say I thought it was more Shelton being amazing than Thiem being bad. And Thiem obviously goes on to win 12 of the next 14 games and seals that match in straight sets. So we will see. We've got 10 people here, by the way. Make sure you hit the like button and make sure you subscribe. Matthew, do you agree with me that you think Shelton, as well in Madrid and just in general on clay, will win some matches? Basically, we're not going to be looking at a 1-8 record this summer or something like that, or a 2-8 record for him. I expect him to probably win as many matches as he loses. And you're right. Maybe in Madrid he'll get some wins under his belt. And I also think a kind draw in Roland Garros may see him make the 2nd or 3rd round. I'm not sure where Ben Shelton is ranked right now. Let's have a quick look. Where's he in the rankings? Honest, I don't know. In fact, let's use the Talking Tennis website, because on the Talking Tennis website we have rankings for us. So let's have a quick look there. We've got some doubles action in there, by the way. Wawrinka and Mahut losing their doubles match earlier, but good news. And so did Schwartzman and Sinner, by the way. But of course, good news for Wawrinka fans is that he's already got a win under his belt in Monte Carlo. And Vacherot has broken back. Anyway, I was talking about rankings. Let's have a quick look at those. Of course, we've got Djokovic back at the top of the rankings following a spell on the sidelines at the moment that we have for Carlos Alcaraz. I do expect Alcaraz to be back in Barcelona. Do we expect Rafa Nadal to be there? I said 60-40 that he would be yesterday. But then, having spoken to a few more people that are far closer to the action than I am, despite the fact that I did interview Tony Nadal last week, there seems to be a lot more concern about Rafa, both in the immediate and long-term future. But let's see. Maybe he can allay all of those fears and send out a tweet while we're on air. It would be great, Rafa, by the way, to say that you'll be competing in Barcelona next week. I don't know if silence is a good thing, by the way. It was actually this time last week that he said he wouldn't be playing Monte Carlo. So bearing in mind the time frame of Monday is the beginning of the tournament in Barcelona. Yeah, I also, there's 3 possibilities for me, and I don't mean an extreme possibility such as a retirement tweet, but I think there are 3 possibilities. He may pull out of both Barcelona and Madrid in the same tweet, if you like, or the same social media post. I think that's not the most likely. I still think the most likely is that we'll just get a tweet saying he's continuing his recovery, be back as soon as possible, as long as his health permits. But unfortunately, he won't be playing in Barcelona. That's probably the most likely tweet that we'll see in the next 24 hours or so. But we may see you in Barcelona. I guess probably thinking about it like that, no news is good news, because he doesn't need to confirm yet, if you like. He doesn't even need to confirm at all. He's on the list. I know David Ferrer expressed extreme optimism on the 1st of November, but I've seen him do that similarly, a bit like Craig Tiley before. I remember Craig Tiley saying in 2021 he was convinced that Roger Federer would be there, and we all know how that panned out. Anyway, sorry, rankings. Ben Shelton, where are you, my friend? Of course, we've got Nadal down in 15 now in those rankings, the aforementioned Spaniard. Where are you, Ben Shelton? I thought you were a little bit higher up. Okay, you're 39 in the world rankings as of yesterday because they get updated on a weekly basis. I don't think he's defending any points, of course, because he wasn't on the tour a year ago. So no big deal in terms of the ranking that he went out to Dimitrov today. Yeah, anyway, but yes, I do think that he'll probably, I would guess, here we go, I would guess that he'll have a fairly even, what's the word? He'll have a fairly even score to his win-loss record on clay. How about that? I think you'd have to be a little bit optimistic to think he'd have a positive win-loss record, bearing in mind, I think right now it's 1-2, 1 victory, 2 losses. But with the 250s and 500s on the surface between now and French Open, I think he can get some wins. And also, arguably, it's easier to win a round or two at Roland Garros, bearing in mind the size of the draw, than it is maybe Monte Carlo. Where you've really got to hit the ground running, as we've seen from some of these tasty matchups already in Monte Carlo. Anyway, any thoughts on today's match between Bublik and Zverev? I thought Bublik did well to fight back, but ultimately with the German prevailing. Okay, let's have a quick look at some Matthew comments here. The hope and expectation is Shelton doing something on grass. Be exciting if he made a run. Not sure if he's playing Halle or Queens. Yeah, I mean, again, the serve would suit him on that surface. What do we think, though, Matthew, about his volleys and also his slice? But yes, you would think he would win more matches on grass than he would on clay, or have a high percentage at least. Regarding the Americans, I would expect Fritz, with his status now in the game, to do something. Having said that, I have little memory of Fritz making deep runs on clay. No, but I do know some people. By the way, that set is finished with Andrey Rublev winning it 6-2. So he had two shots at serving it out, and he succeeded on the second occasion. Munar, bit of a pusher. The stats kind of back that up with just 4 unforced errors in that first set to Andrey Rublev's 11. But of course, the most important stat is the fact that Rublev won it 6-2. Anyway, and 12 winners from Rublev and just 2 from Munar in that second set. But maybe 2 is a good set for Munar. Is that an aggressive set? Am I being mean? By the way, make sure you hit the like button and please subscribe to the channel. We're trying to get to 2,000 subscribers. We've got 4 people watching on Facebook as well. Make sure you hit the like button. Get in the comment section on Facebook too. And let us know what you think about Monte Carlo, today's action and any of the other action we've seen already, but also, of course, Djokovic later on. And, of course, we've got a poll going on YouTube, so feel free to come and join us on YouTube. Hit the like button and subscribe, but also get voting as to who you see winning this tournament. I've pinned... I've got my 3 favorites off the top of my head of being Djokovic, Tsitsipas, and Sinner. And then I've gone for other. But maybe you think otherwise. Maybe you see this being, maybe there's somebody I'm missing in terms of the 3 favorites. Maybe you fancy a dark horse such as Jack Draper. I mean, that would be nuts, I think. Or perhaps Lehecka, who won, by the way, in straight sets earlier against Ruusuvuori. Ruusuvuori, a lucky loser. Lucky, I think, in many respects, but also unlucky in the fact that he's now played twice and lost twice. Anyway, or lucky loser, at least, in terms of he's lost 1 qualifying match and now lost again to Lehecka. But Lehecka's having an incredible year. Him winning in Monte Carlo? Maybe that's, again, a bit crazy. But, yeah, Khachanov. By the way, straight sets over David Fokina. Is that more positive for Khachanov or a negative for David Fokina? I mean, it's just such a convincing scoreline that I'm a bit curious as to what happened to last year's finalist, David Fokina, of course, who also went out in the quarterfinals to Cecchinato in straight sets last week. So that's 2 pretty brutal losses for the Spaniard. I don't see anything physically. I'm just watching the conclusion to that match and a quick handshake from the pair at the net. By the way, did I say Dimitrov? I meant Khachanov. But Khachanov, they're winning in straight sets. And, of course, last week, David Fokina losing in straight sets also to Cecchinato, as I see the Spaniard trudge off court and Khachanov take the acclaim of the crowd. Let's see if we can hear a quick word from Khachanov. Of course, it's 2 back-to-back Grand Slam semi-finals so far with US Open last year in Australia. Said he's done better than he did in Indian Wells. This is Khachanov speaking after his win. Oh, it's his first victory, is it, over Davidovich Fokina? Didn't know that. How about that? Anyway, back to, Fritz. Some people have Fritz going to the final here. I think it's Vanch has Fritz in the final. I think that's super optimistic. Again, a bit like Shelton, I would think perhaps if Fritz is going to make any mark on clay, pun intended, it might well come in Madrid. But listen, Fritz, I'm sure, is thinking more about grass and a kind draw, and he could get to the final. Basically, Wimbledon, a bit like Australia nowadays, avoid Djokovic and you've got a shot at the final, whether you're Berrettini, whether you're Fritz, whether you're Felix, whether you're Maxime Cressy, perhaps, Kyrgios, of course. Any of these guys, and okay, maybe Cressy's a bit crazy, you might think, but listen, if you're not in the same side, can Maxime Cressy on his day beat Felix Auger-Aliassime? Absolutely. He did so in the first round last year. Can he beat Berrettini? Yes, he can, especially the way Berrettini's playing, albeit that probably grass is his best surface, and I'm sure he'll be priming himself to make sure he's in the best shape for that. Rublev is back on court, by the way. He took a breather, and he's having a chat with the umpire. No idea what about. Munar has also been off court, and he is returning as well, so they are into the decider. For me, it has to be Rublev now, a hot favourite after winning that second set so convincingly. But yeah, we'll see. What do we think about Khachanov, by the way? Can he have a good run at the French? I would be surprised if he repeats his heroics of Australia and the US, but who knows? Let's have a quick look at some other comments here from Matthew. By the way, if you are tuning in, make sure you hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Let's put a big reminder of that right now. Look, subscribe, people, subscribe. Nadal doesn't need reps, as is often said. Yeah, I think you're right. Less so on clay. We have seen the last 2 years, fairly interrupted, inconsistent, maybe even more, really. I mean, 2020, of course, with the pandemic, he just played a couple of matches in Rome and then won Roland Garros without dropping a set, including killing Djokovic in the final, including a bagel. 2021, of course, he didn't win Roland Garros that year, but he did look pretty good until the semifinals, as you would probably expect. And that was a very up and down. We saw him lose to Rublev in Monte Carlo, for example, in 2021. We saw him struggle in Barcelona. I remember him, I think, losing first sets quite often there, or really looking inconsistent, albeit that he won the title. So yeah, and then going out into Zverev in Madrid as well in the quarters that year. So yeah, we've seen him have hit and miss. In terms of his Roland Garros chances, you're right. I don't think missing tournaments like this would hurt him as much as it might do on other surfaces, or particularly on hard court. I think he does need a bit more of a good run, for example, to Australia. It's good. That tournament he had in Australia, the 250, I think really did help him. I remember Owen telling me as much as anything that him winning that 250 or playing on Rod Laver Arena was the big thing for him in 2022. But I also think the matches helped him too. But French Open a bit different. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, but some people have suggested that he could turn up and win the French Open on one leg, or turn up the French Open just every year for the next 20 years and just win that tournament. But the biggest concern for me is actually the long term. I think if he does now pull out of Barcelona and probably Madrid too, given that they are obviously in quick succession, what does that say about an injury that was supposed to keep him out for just 6 to 8 weeks? We're now at about 12 weeks, I guess, since that injury. So we're looking at double the length of time. And I thought he was being cautious by skipping Indian Wells and Miami, although I think he was probably never going to play Miami. So, yeah. Anyway, let's wait to see for some news on that. As I say, it might break during the show. Love to see Draper get past Hurkacz, but main hope is that his body holds up. Yeah, definitely. I think that is the main thing for Jack Draper. I mean, if he can just stay fit. Again, somebody like Draper, a bit like Shelton, will be just looking to win more matches than lose, I think. I mean, maybe I'm being a bit unambitious with that, but you know what I mean. If he has a win-loss positive record this clay court season, I think that would be amazing for him. Yeah, and I think if he beats Hurkacz, by the way, and of course Hurkacz is not I don't think this is his best surface by a long way. I don't think it'll be Jack Draper's long term either, but if he beats, oh dear, a double fault there for Munar. I'll get back to Jack Draper and one or two other broader issues in a second, but let's have a quick look at this because Munar is facing a break point already at the beginning of this set. Let's get the scores up for you on the screen. So it's 30-40 here. Munar serving in big trouble, obviously having lost that second set. And I think if Rublev was to win this first game, let's see if he's going to do so here. No, it's a saving of the break point. Munar always in charge of that point, and it's back to deuce. Yep. So there we go. I've got a bic on the screen there. So it's back to deuce. Love to see Draper get past Hurkacz. Monte Carlo is said to be one of the slowest clay courts. Does that make Stan favorite over Taylor? I think it certainly gives him a better chance. And if we look at the scale of similarities, Madrid is the anomaly. You know, winning Madrid does not, by a long stretch of the imagination, mean you win Roland Garros. In fact, let's have a quick look at the Madrid past winners. I know last year's winner was Alcaraz, who went on to go out in the quarterfinals in Roland Garros. So let's have a quick look at some of the past winners and then see how they did. Of course, it changed from, I think, a hard court to clay in about, I'm going to say 2005, 2006. Let's have a quick look at that, actually. Probably will say. They also had blue clay there one year. Do you remember that? I don't think Rafa liked it very much, so they soon changed it back. What do we think of the grey court clay that we had in the US, by the way? Any thoughts on that? Let me know in the live chat. So, anyway, let's have a look at some past winners here. Just maybe the last sort of. Let me know in the live chat if you know when they changed from hardcourt. I think it was hardcourt, wasn't it, to clay? Or was it indoor clay, maybe? Somebody in the live chat can maybe let me know. Oh, Rublev has another break point. I'll let you know about the Rublev break point. And then we'll get back to some broader thoughts on Madrid and the French Open that I was just touching upon. Rublev break point here in the dazzling white. Curious that he's choosing white to play on clay, and he was wearing black on the hard court, but there we go. Munar in black, and a good first serve from the Spaniard, pushing Rublev around, but he's not going to go big, of course. He's taken it easy. That's his game. Rublev goes long, and it's deuce. Rublev as well is looking at a line as he suspects there may have been a shot from Munar that went out, but then he scuffs it with his shoe, knowing that it landed in. So it's back to deuce. If we get a break point, I will return. Madrid, Open tennis, change to clay. Let's see if I'm right on that. I don't know why. I think it was a hard court until about 05, 06. It was blue clay in 2012. We know that. There's a story here about Nadal blaming the blue clay for his troubles there one year. I think it was in 2012. Okay, yeah, so here's something about that change of surface in Madrid. There's a picture of Nadal and Djokovic from many, many years ago. They both look fairly young there. I would say that's about, I don't know, is that 09? Something like that? Yeah, it's 2009, yeah, as they played a 3-set match in the ATP. Oh, yes, that was an epic. And perhaps responsible for the knee troubles that summer that he had that meant he pulled out of Wimbledon, but also struggled against Söderling, and one of his only, how many losses he had in Roland Garros? Is it 2? 2 losses. No, 3. 3 losses, is it? Yeah, twice to Djokovic and once to Söderling. So 20th anniversary, that's last year for the Madrid Open. Let's have a quick look. 2003, 2005, Nadal, a teenager starting on his path to glory, earned his first Madrid title with an epic comeback win in the final against Ivan Lubicic. By the way, Lubicic, I guess he's biased, but he did compare playing Federer to Nadal recently. Munar has a game point, by the way, although Rublev is very much in charge of this point, so he might well get it back to deuce. No, he doesn't. He clips the net and it goes wide. So Munar holds to his relief. Rublev, of course, is not happy with himself after that unforced error. So Rafa Nadal, a 19-year-old teenager starting out on his path to glory, earned his Madrid title with an epic comeback in the final against Lear. In 2006, Roger Federer entered the winner's circle. Yeah. The first 7 editions on hard court served to establish Madrid as a mainstay event. But a fundamental change in 2009 came when they restructured the tournament with the 1,000 category, moving from October to May, from hard court to the red dirt. Of course, with the exception of 2012 when it was the blue dirt. So, yes, so since 2009, let's have a look at the rundown there, shall we? To see what we think about that. Make sure you hit the like button. I've got someone on Facebook tuning in. Also get in the comment section on Facebook. Let us know what you think of the Monte Carlo tournament and also some of my other ramblings. So let's have a look at it from 2009. Federer won it in 2009, Madrid. And he went on to win Roland Garros, although probably with a slight helping hand from Söderling, who he beat in the final, of course, who beat Rafa early in the tournament. Rafa wins it in 2010 and goes on to win in Roland Garros. And Djokovic won it in 2011 during that unbelievable year that he had up until his defeat in the semi-finals at Roland Garros. Nadal ends up winning that. Nadal won in 2012 at the Roland Garros, I'm talking about, not Madrid. 13 and 14, Nadal. 15 was Wawrinka at the French Open. 16, Djokovic did do the Madrid and Roland Garros double. Nadal doing the double in 2017. I think that's the last time. 2017. So the last 4 occasions that it occurred, in 2020, it was cancelled due to the pandemic, COVID-19, of course. There haven't been any other pandemics that I'm aware of in the last few years. So it's 2017 was the last time that anybody won Madrid and Roland Garros back-to-back, which is kind of strange given that they're the same surface at least, but it does highlight the differences, particularly when we look at Rome. You know, we think of Rome 2020. Rome was pandemic, won by Djokovic. 2021 was Nadal. Okay, yeah, maybe Rome's right now, Rome. But people do say that Rome, Monte Carlo, Barcelona, much more similar, given the court speed, altitude in Madrid as well, to French Open. So what am I saying? Madrid's not an indicator. The other 3 are, perhaps Rome more than the other 2, etc. Hopefully that has addressed some of those points. Hi, Max. Be nice if Sinner were to win in Monte Carlo, and I think it's possible. But, of course, he's got to beat Novak Djokovic to do so. But I know some people that think he will. I'm not sure. Again, it might well be Vanch has got Sinner winning his first Masters 1000 title. Maybe I should give Vanch some love on the screen, by the way, in terms of his Twitter account, perhaps. So, by the way, Munar it's now 30 all, by the way, on the Rublev serve. So a little sniff here, perhaps, for the Spaniard. Let me know in the comment section, although it's now game point for Rublev. Yay, we've gained a subscriber. Let's see if we can get to 2,000. I'm going to be in Barcelona next week from Thursday onwards, so that'll be the round of 16, will it? Maybe in Barcelona, maybe the quarterfinals. Certainly, I'll be there from Thursday onwards as Munar puts a backhand wide for once. The Spaniard going big, but this time paid the price. Maybe that's why he doesn't go big that often. 1 game all. Yes, so let me know your thoughts as well on Barcelona and Madrid, where I will be next week. Fingers crossed this time it's worked. I'm talking about worked. I've just had to book a court for Saturday in Bonn. Very excited to be playing back outside here, and fingers crossed the weather will hold out. You never know. It's not quite as reliable as Southern Europe. Anyway, Munar is 15-love up on his serve. I was about to talk about something. Who knows what? But yeah. Let's give. Let's see what Vanch has been talking about. He's always a good, interesting tweeter. I was going to say Twitterer, but I think it's tweeter. The noun or the pronoun, I guess it is. Who knows? Yeah, by the way, Mario here just talking about what an epic win it was for Sonego earlier. Saving 4 match points there. Unbelievable. Maybe I'll get that a bit bigger. Look at Sonego there with a big roar. 16 people, by the way, joining in. 3 of you on Facebook. All of you, by the way, can hit that like button. And if you are tuning in on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to the channel as we try and get to 2,000 people, subscribers. So much good content to come your way. We'll be across Monte Carlo, of course, for the rest of the week. We'll probably bring you live coverage of at least the final in southern France. We will also, of course, have our weekly roundups that are now going to be a mainstay for the European summer. ATP roundup with Mario and someone. Who's going to be doing that? Mario and Damien, of course, doing their weekly ATP roundup, the WTA roundup as well with Nick, of course, every Sunday evening, pretty much from now all the way through until Wimbledon. We'll try and bring you live coverage as well of at least the final in Monte Carlo, but perhaps even the semi-finals as well. Let's see if we can get someone now to see if they can do the final. Do we think Sinner's going to win the tournament? He could do. He's my 3rd choice. Let's have a quick look at the YouTube poll that I've got going, by the way. Poll as in POLL, not poll as in Damien or Iga or Hubie Hurkacz. Let's have a quick look. Let's see how that is panning out. We have 67% of you are going with Djokovic to win the title. That seems to be a bit generous. I do expect him to win today, of course. By the way, Munar facing 2 break points. It's going to be a second serve as well. And you're fairly split on the other 2, Tsitsipas and Djokovic. Tsitsipas and Sinner. Okay, so second serve, Rublev. Decent return, goes deep. Now he's got a backhand. Forehand of Munar pushing Rublev around. It's 50-50 right now. And Munar lamenting a slightly unusual bounce. Perhaps it hit the line, but when I say the line, I mean the service line. And Andrey Rublev has broken serve. By the way, we also need members as well. We are 1 member away from being able to give you more and more perks to the channel. So please hit that membership if you want to enjoy perks such as exclusive footage and many, many others. That's all explained there. What do we think about Sonego's incredible win earlier, by the way? Not just in saving 4 match points, but in the manner that some of those match points were saved, and in particular the passing shot, which I think was the 4th of those match points. By the way, Munar, 2 unforced errors in that game alone there from Munar. I think it was 2 in that game. And it was 2 chances for him to attack. Certainly the second one was a big chance for him to attack. And maybe that's a reason why he rarely does, because he put it wide. Okay, let's have a quick look to see what else is going on right now in Monte Carlo. I will get to some of Vanch's tweets. As we can see there, Rublev is up. Kecmanovic, by the way, playing Musetti there on serve in the early stages. Nardi who was up a break, and then Vasilov broke back, ultimately winning that first set 7-5, and they are just at the beginning there of the second set on serve. Kecmanovic, of course, making the final in Estoril last week when I spoke to him a couple of times. First of all, he told me he was on fire. Then he was blazing before he was extinguished by Casper Ruud in the final. By the way, I also slightly disagree with Damien. Excuse me, Damien, if you are tuning in, probably not. You're probably watching a challenger somewhere. But I think Casper Ruud's final performance was pretty impressive, especially in the first set against Kecmanovic. The impression I got from Damien was that he thought it was a rudimentary victory for Casper, and he didn't have to do too much to beat Kecmanovic. I thought Kecmanovic perhaps didn't quite repeat his form of earlier rounds, where he didn't drop a set. In fact, he barely got broken serve. I think he got broken serve in the first match and the last. But I do think perhaps Estoril, he did talk about the bounce there and the speed perhaps in Estoril maybe was a bit more in his favor than Monte Carlo. And he's going to find it tough against Musetti, of course, today. Musetti, of course, pushed Novak to 5 sets. I think it was in 2021. In fact, he was up 2 sets to love, but not the only person to win the first set that year against Novak and end up losing the match, such as Rafa, of course, in the semi-final, but also in the final. Of course, Stefanos Tsitsipas was up 2 sets to love before Novak came roaring back. But anyway, Kecmanovic has held serve, so it's 2 games all there. We've got Rublev here on my big screen in front of me. Let me know if you've got the same. Let me know if you're watching, and let me know where you're tuning in from. It's always interesting to know just how far our reach is. By the way, the interview I did with Tony Nadal last week, make sure you check that out on our channel, and you can do so by subscribing, has reappeared in media from Brazil to India to the UK, to France, to Spain, to Hungary, to Bulgaria, to Slovakia, and many, many, many more media outlets. Portugal as well, I know. Unbelievable where that interview has reappeared, and so that's cool. I do suggest, I know the Express, for example, was very rightly, and also I think Eurosport in Hungary, I think it was, both hyperlinking the interview. Thank you very much for that, but that's obviously the correct procedure. Not everybody did so. In fact, I think one media outlet I saw attributed the interview to somebody who basically attributed it to me, if that makes sense. I think it was in France, that one I saw. They attributed it to someone, and someone attributed it to me. Anyway, maybe I shouldn't get on my high horse. Someone who is on their high horse right now, though, is Andrey Rublev. He's up a break in this deciding set. Let me know what your thoughts are on this match. Davidovich Fokina losing in straight sets earlier to Khachanov. By the way, the Fritz Rune double act strolls on into the last 8 in Monte Carlo. Interesting how a lot of these players in Monte Carlo, but also in Estoril as well as obviously Indian Wells, I remember recently, really taking the doubles action very seriously. A net cord there for Munar, and doesn't help him though. Rublev wins the point, and it's 40-15. Davidovich Fokina, that's back-to-back straight sets losses now for the Spaniard, having lost in straight sets to Cecchinato in Estoril last week in the quarterfinals. But here he's gone out in the round of 64 to Khachanov. How far do we see Khachanov going in Monte Carlo? Do we see him repeating his heroics on clay that we saw with he's on a run at the moment of back-to-back semi-finals at Grand Slams? New York last year in Australia. Will he make it 3 in a row in Roland Garros? I highly doubt it, but I have been wrong before. Second serve here for Rublev as he looks to eke out a 3-1 advantage. On the forehand now of Munar. Oh, hits the baseline, does it? No, it goes long. And Rublev holds for a 3-1 lead. Ben Shelton going out earlier against Dimitrov. We had a quick chat about Shelton earlier. Don't know how you see his clay court season going. Obviously, he's new to the tour, playing just his 3rd ATP Tour match on clay and losing it in 3 sets to Dimitrov earlier today. But perhaps like me and also Matthew as well, I believe, thinking that perhaps he'll have more luck in Madrid. Also, of course, next week we've got Munich, I believe, on the men's side. We've got Stuttgart, I think, on the women's. Before the men and women play together in Madrid at the end of this month. And, could have let that one bounce, Andrey. But I think you're going to win the point easily anyway. Yes, you are. So love 15 now on the Munar serve. A double break advantage for Rublev. And that should be good night Vienna, if you know that expression. Hi, Walid. Nice to have you on board, by the way. Make sure you hit the like button and make sure you subscribe to the channel if you are new, whether you're Walid or anybody else. Do you expect Ivan to test Novak today? Honestly, it's really about Novak. I guess that's kind of giving it fairly obvious in terms of that question, Walid. Hopefully I'm saying your name right as well. If Djokovic hits the ground running, he could lose the first set, by the way. Let's say that. That may be the best. Don't forget, of course, Novak went out in the first time of asking last year to Davidovich Fokina. Davidovich Fokina losing earlier, by the way. Munar, by the way, now 30-15 up on his serve, so looking a bit safer now to avoid the double break. And by the way, maybe this is a bit of a bad omen, in my opinion. Ivan Ghakov has already suggested that playing Djokovic is the best reward in tennis. Sometimes a bit of a too much deference, I think, sometimes these players give these players. And sure, do it afterwards at the net, perhaps, but maybe go into the match with a bit more, let's try and do something here. Let's make a name for myself if possible. Of course, he overcame McDonald in the previous round, which I think is notable. But he's never been higher than 186. He's currently 196. If he can do something, let's say he gets an early break, I think maybe something could happen. And that could happen, by the way. He's played a couple more matches than Novak in Monte Carlo. Novak hasn't played for 5 weeks. We have seen him struggle in Monte Carlo the last few years, needing a bit more time to get up and running, losing last year to Davidovich Fokina and losing the year before, maybe even more surprisingly, to Dan Evans. But it didn't end up really telling us too much as he made the French Open final, or he won the French Open in 2021, for example, despite losing to Evans in Monte Carlo. That was a big shock for me, bigger than Davidovich Fokina this time last year. But yeah, so I don't know if that's addressed your question. I just don't think he can hurt Novak too much. But listen, it's something to look forward to. And if you're going to play Novak in a way, as somebody from Gakov's perspective, do it first round if you like, or second round. That's your chance to perhaps catch him cold. Bigger question is will Novak win the title? For me, 40%, I would probably take the field over Novak. I wouldn't necessarily do the same at other tournaments, of course, in Australia or perhaps Wimbledon, but I think with Carlos and Rafa being absent, does boost his chances a bit, but probably not enough for me to go with Novak over the field, if you understand that analogy. Okay, Matthew doesn't expect Novak to be as rusty as he was last year. Of course, he missed a lot more tennis last year. He didn't really play last year. I'm just trying to think. When would have been ATP Tour Finals of 2021? Did we not see him again until Dubai? Am I right with that? And of course, he missed the Sunshine Double as well a year ago. 16 of you, by the way, tuning in right now, whether you be on Facebook or on YouTube or anywhere for that matter, make sure you hit the like button. And if you are tuning in on YouTube, please subscribe. We need subscribers. We need to get to that 2,000 mark as soon as possible. Hopefully, maybe even by Rome. Do you think we can get to 2,000 subscribers by Rome? Spread the word. Retweet, tweet. Yeah. And let us know. Rublev leading 3-2 as well. Let's have a quick look as well at the... we've got going. I said that I would probably take the field over Novak, although last time I checked, 67% of you were backing Novak for the title. It's actually increased to 72%. Okay, here's a question for you all. If I've put 4 people on that list, or I've put 4 options, I should say, on that list, Novak, Sinner, and Tsitsipas, who would be your 4th option? So when people are voting other on this list, who are, and Walid, by the way, is suggesting about the starstruck thing. Yeah, it could well be. I have seen that with other players before when they come up against the big three. I think, if anything, I think Novak plays that card better than anyone, and that's not a criticism, not at all. But yeah, very, very friendly, and then kills them on the court. Rublev going big on the backhand there, goes wide. It's still tight in this third set, by the way. He's only got the one break advantage, and I believe next up will be Novak Djokovic, so we'll be bringing you that. Anyway, Matthew there saying he doesn't expect Novak to be as rusty as last year. Also, Novak sometimes likes to experiment in the early rounds. Wonder how much variety Novak. He does, doesn't he? He does like to experiment a bit. And I think he was doing that a lot, for example, in Serbia last year, who kept seeing him lose the first set in Serbia. I think he lost the first set in every round before ultimately losing to Rublev in that final. Is Rublev your number 4 here? I mean, obviously, could still go out today, and he's 15-30 now on the serve after dumping a forehand into the net. Let's go back to the Talking Tennis website, shall we? And let me just have a quick look down the current world rankings. That might help jog my memory as to who I think would be the 4th favorite. Maybe a year ago, I would have had Zverev in amongst it, but I still think he's just still a couple of % off, and it might take him a bit longer to get used to the clay. And of course, some bad memories on the clay of last year's, where he ended his 2022 at Roland Garros with that ligament injury he picked up. Rublev, by the way, getting back to 30 all. That was a big point there, because he goes 15-30 down on his serve, and things look very different. Let's have a quick look at the world rankings on the men's side. Is Casper Ruud? I guess he's 4th favorite. Is that fair? 4th favorite, Casper Ruud. I'd have Ruud over Medvedev. I'd have Ruud over Rublev as well. Felix for sure. Rune or Ruud. TFO pulling out, of course, after his heroics in the US last week. Yeah, Norrie's out. What do we think about Cam Norrie going out in straight sets, by the way? I don't think I saw that one coming. I don't think... Ooh, that was close for Andre, nearly putting a smash out, but he didn't, and that's the most important thing, and he does win the point and the game, so it's 4-2 to Andrey Rublev. Yeah, I would go with... Casper Ruud, probably over Rune. They played each other at the French Open last year, the quarters, of course. No love lost there. If they end up meeting each other in Monte Carlo, I think that'd be a lot to look forward to. You can see Novak warming up in the player gym there ahead of his match which will be coming up after this. So it could be in the next 10, 20 minutes, perhaps. Cam Norrie, any thoughts on his defeat in the first round of this tournament? Very disappointing. De Minaur as well, beating Murray in straight sets. What are we thinking about Andy Murray on clay? I mean, it was a surprise to see him in Monte Carlo, to be honest with you. Andy Murray, I keep thinking of him in terms of Rafa Nadal. We've seen the travails that Rafa is having at the moment with his hip. I don't know if there were any similarities to the Andy hip issues that he has obviously had persisting over the last 5 or 6 years. I mean, anyway, you know where I'm getting at there. Borna Coric went out in the first round as well in straight sets, I think it was, wasn't it? Really hasn't done much since Cincinnati. Berrettini getting a win under his belt. Do we see him doing what he normally does on clay, which is just solid, consistent, quarterfinals at the French Open of 2021, for example? Do we see a similar situation this year, better or worse? He's certainly not had a great time of it, though, since Wimbledon. Sebi Korda, when are we going to see him on the court again? Let's have a quick look on Sebi Korda. Do we know any news about him? I know he pulled out of Estoril. He was due to play there, but pulled out, and this injury travails continue. Let's see if we can get any news on him from the last week or so. Let's have a quick look. Sebi Korda. Not a lot. No news. It'd be good to see him on court fairly soon, though. Because that was an injury. That's the same injury. I think it was a wrist injury, wasn't it? That he had against Khachanov. I could easily have seen Sebi Korda getting to the final. I really could have done them. That was a real heart wrencher for him, and he's been struggling ever since. Yeah, Casper Ruud. I would probably go with him as fourth favourite to Walid. Hope I'm saying your name right, by the way, Walid. John Maney, see Sonego upsetting Daniel today. How much of a factor will it be for players going from Miami to Monte Carlo? Yeah, but he's had. I agree, Matthew. I know what you mean. I don't. No, I see Daniel winning. I saw Daniel moving quite well on clay in practice. Actually, before the tournament got underway, or just on the eve of the tournament, may have been yesterday even. Rublev, by the way, has broken Munar again. He leads 5-2. He will serve for a place in the next round, but right now they're on a little break, so it's 5-2 to Andrey Rublev. But anyway, just back to your point, Matthew. No, I see Daniel winning that, and I see Daniel having a reasonable season on clay. It wasn't really until he started talking up about how bad he was on clay in the last year or so. Before that, he was doing sort of all right. He was getting to semi-finals, for example, etc. He got to. Did he get to the quarters before losing to Tsitsipas in 2021 at the French Open? Went out to Cilic last year. Of course, that would be was a black mark, I guess, or was very disappointing for him. But he's capable of winning matches, and I don't see him winning Monte Carlo, and I don't see him winning the French Open, of course, and probably never winning the French Open. But I do see decent runs from him, and for me, that includes beating Sonego today. Going direct from Miami to Monte Carlo, because there's many players that are doing that. I think they've had 10 days, I guess, of playing on clay, and obviously for him, a bit less getting to the final. So perhaps that may change things a bit for him. But no, it may become a factor in terms of fatigue as the tournament progresses. But I don't see Daniel having an issue with fatigue in a way that you would expect, bearing in mind he's just been in about 6 finals back-to-back, winning 5. It could even be 6 out of 7. Rotterdam, Doha, Dubai, Indian Wells, Miami. So I think it was 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5 he's won and 5 finals in a row. Don't see it being 6 in a row in Monte Carlo, so I don't think it'll be an issue for him. But I do see him winning today. Hopefully that gives me that. That was particular. I bet on Dimon. Yeah, maybe you're right. I think Andy Murray going out to Dimon was not a major shock. I think we'll see at least 18 games between Novak and Ivan. Meaning, what does that mean then? 6-3, 6-3. How many games is that? Yeah, that's 6-3, 6-3. Yeah. So you see Ivan taking 6 games. That's probably about what I would say is the midpoint, if you like, over and above, if that makes sense. Rublev is 15 love up, so he's just 3 points away from sealing this match. No, I don't want this to come back and bite me, but I think if you're being pushed to 3 very, very close sets, or third very close set with Bublik today, Bublik as well making plenty of double faults, and yes, he played okay, Bublik, but I don't think, Andre there going along with the forehand. I don't see Zverev's form today or since coming back from injury being quite good enough to suggest that he'll be winning Monte Carlo. Who is Zverev playing next, by the way? Let's have a quick look at the draw. Do we know who's playing next? Oh, RBA tomorrow. Be first on. It's a tricky one. So yeah, this time tomorrow it could all be over for Sasha. We'll see. I would probably go with a Sasha win, but maybe in 3 sets again. Let's have a quick look at the Monte Carlo draw. Actually, I'll let you know if Rublev wraps this up. He's currently 15 all on his serve. And, it's a good shot from Munar. I went big on that one, so it's 15-30. Let me see if I can get the draw up, shall we? Musetti Kecmanovic are still on serve, by the way. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Maybe we got it here. I think we've got potentially Djokovic against Sinner in the semi-finals. Am I right with that one? Are we missing any players on this draw? Let me just share this with you on the screen, by the way. Hopefully there's the draw for you. Djokovic obviously is up against neither Nakashima nor McDonald because I think Nakashima pulled out the last minute with an injury. And as a result, McDonald had to face Gakhov, and Gakhov won. Munar has a break point, by the way. So, yeah, we'll see if this pans out. Remember the last set, he was up a double break and squandered one of those breaks. Was it actually? No, he's up a triple break, actually, I think it was. I don't know what I'm talking about. Vasharoy is currently in action against Kecmanovic. Musetti is up against Kecmanovic right now. Hurkacz has beaten Les Logers, so he's playing Jack Draper next, I believe. Oh, juice now on the Rublev serve. Schwartzman beating Goffin, by the way. Nice for the Argentinian. He'll be playing Jannik Sinner next. That's an interesting match. When's that happening, by the way? Sinner Schwartzman. When are they due to play? Are they playing today or tomorrow? By the way, the head-to-head between Sinner and Schwartzman is 1-0 in favor of Sinner. Rublev has a match point, so we better get back to that. Andrey Rublev with a match point. Andrey Rublev first serve into the net. Second serve. Munar puts it wide. Andrey Rublev wins 4-6, 6-2, 6-2. There's a big roar of delight there from Rublev. Should we put black as the background? Is that easier to see for you guys? I could even do this, and so you can just see the draw. Make sure you hit the like button. Andrey Rublev seals his spot in the next round. Wasn't easy for him today. Wasn't easy. Didn't play anywhere near his best tennis. In the end, though, he didn't have to win that in 3 sets. And he's up and running, the 2021 finalist. Talking of finalists, etc., how far do you have Rublev going in this tournament? Obviously, things are looking a little bit better for him now than it did then. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we've got all the players here, haven't we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 16, 32. I think we've got all the players here. Yeah, we've got Stefanos there in the bottom right-hand corner. Good. Yeah, I'm not sure when Sinner and Schwartzman is due to take place. Let's see if I can find that for you. Is it happening today? No. Could be even as long away as another couple of days. Am I right on that one? Anyway, Sinner up against Schwartzman. Boom, boom, boom. So, Medvedev, as you said, playing Sonego. I have Medvedev to win that one, personally. RBA has already beaten Yamur. And of course, he will play Zverev next. I would have Zverev as a slight favorite in that one, but that could go either way. Just looking at some stats, by the way. Rublev, Munar, Rublev, 36 winners overall to the 15 of his opponent. Let's see if I can maybe even share some of these on the screen with you, if I can get it up pretty quickly. So Rublev now, having beaten Munar, will be playing, I believe, Khachanov. Is that right? Am I right with that one? Deary me, Johnny boy. Just take a screenshot. Why is that not working? Let's get some of these stats up for you on Twitter, and then we'll share them as well, perhaps on the screen. Yeah, okay, where were we? Yes, so Kecmanovic, Musetti in action right now. They are on server. They were last time I saw. Just having a quick look over here. Munar, of course. Dimonor beating Murray. Okay, could play Casper Ruud. That would be an interesting one in round 3. Would that be, perhaps? Taylor Fritz, Wawrinka. I'm going Taylor Fritz there, but it's really close. Dimitrov winning earlier today against Ben Shelton, and he'll play Lehetska. Francis TFO is here on the list, but of course he didn't make it, having got all the way to the final last week in the States on the clay. We can see a little bit about the upcoming potential matches here. I'll take a screenshot of this too. See Rublev potentially playing Khachanov. Khachanov will have to play Evans or Ivashka. I would probably go for Ivashka to win that one. Do you agree with me that Ivashka will beat Dan Evans? And then Khachanov will play Ivashka, and then probably Khachanov would win that one. Okay, great. My screenshots are working finally. So let's perhaps share some of this. So yeah, Sinner against Schwartzman. Let me know, when is that match happening, by the way? Sinner having a 1-0 head-to-head in that matchup. Shortly, by the way, we will have Novak Djokovic coming shortly. Let's put that up on the screen, shall we? Create a banner, maybe. Take the court. Yeah, so I'm not sure when those two are playing, but maybe it's tomorrow. Musetti is an interesting one. 2 steps up on both Novak and Steph and beat Alcaraz last year. I mean, yeah, Musetti, you just don't know. Let's say that he's a bag of tricks and you just don't know. But that loss to Djokovic was weird in 2021, the way the 5th set went. So I've got a couple of images I want to share with you. Oh, nice. Let's share a bit of Twitter love, shall we? And his Mario again. I keep meaning to share, by the way, some Vanch thoughts on tennis, and I will do if I remember at some point. Dominic Thiem on Massou. Yes, all I want to hold in my mind is what an amazing 4 years that we had. What an amazing journey we've been on together. Only after it's over, I've realized of all the success we had together, and that's what stays with me. Now it's time to start a new chapter, says Dominic. Yes, well, he's certainly starting a new chapter in Monte Carlo, winning in straight sets against Gasquet. I know we're not talking about the Gasquet of 10 or even 15 years ago, but still, I think tiny steps, as I suggested before. Let's see if I can get up. Okay, here we go. So just a couple of stats here from the match. Of course, we all know the match. The stat that matters, which is that Rublev prevailed at the expense of Munar. And here we have a little look at the paths in this section of the draw. I would expect an Andrey Rublev Khachanov 3rd round. Hardly the prediction of the century. Perhaps, though, having Ivashka to beat Evans. Am I crazy on that one? Let me know if you think Evans will win, but I have Ivashka to win that. Novak is rocking the all red, or certainly red t-shirt, red socks, red t-shirt, red shorts. And we'll see him on the court shortly, as I've got up on the screen. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. If you are new, it's got a similar pattern to the t-shirt he's been wearing earlier on the hard court, which was a blue number. But now he's wearing red for the clay. In fact, I think he always seems to wear red on the clay, certainly the last few years at least. So, yeah, Rublev there winning his 3 sets over Munar. Munar prevailing in 3 sets against Husler in the previous round, by the way. So he will be, he certainly had his work cut out in Monte Carlo, and now he is out. Yeah, Rublev I would have up against Khachanov, but Ivashka beating Evans. Let me know what you think about some of my predictions. And I would probably have Rublev as favorite over Khachanov to progress. As I say, Djokovic against Gakhov is coming up for you very, very shortly. Yeah, maybe we can do a little promo video. Let's see if we can do something for you. Put something up on the screen for you. Let's play a little clip of my interview with Tony Nadal from just over a week ago. And it was talking about some of the matches that got away from Rafa Nadal. If there's one match from Rafa's story where you think that was a missed opportunity, there was a big chance.
There have matches,
2
or 3 in Australian Open. No more. We lose the opportunity in Wimbledon against Djokovic in semi-final.
2018.
Then we lose the opportunity, more important because that was semi-final. We lose the opportunity in Australian Open. In the Australian Open 2014, 2012 and 2017.
Yeah.
In 14 because he has an injury against Wawrinka that before he had never lose against him. Then with Djokovic and Federer, he had breakup in the 5th.
Yeah.
And 40-30 or the 30-50. I don't remember well. It was a ball very close, goes up. But this is what happened. There was in Roland Garros 2009. Of course, he I am sure that he won. He will win. He won this tournament when he has no problems in his knee, because at this moment he was the best. He won Australian Open, then he won the tournaments on clay, and he arrived with problems in Roland Garros. For this reason, in my opinion, he loses. But there are others time that maybe he has to lose and he won.
And we are back with you. As we just show you there the path of the players. Yeah, let's have a quick look at Twitter, shall we, and see what's going on in the Twitter world. Let's get Vanch up, see if he's been tweeting today, but also I certainly want to highlight some of his tweets on Monte Carlo from the last few days. I know he's really trying to keep his excitement about, he's tweeted something about Rafa here, it looks like. It's just a picture of the Spaniard. Let's have a quick look. Yes, Vanch is saying, don't get excited about team. Don't get excited about team. Don't do it, Vanch. I think we all know what you mean there. Vanch as well tweeting about Khachanov's win against David Fokina in straight sets. Last year's Monte Carlo finalist, indeed, he was. Focky downing at least 13 points in the live rankings. Yes, dropping like a stone is the Spaniard. Not the only Spaniard who's dropping down the rankings at the moment. Some more so than others, such as Alcaraz going from 1 to 2. Not too bad, I suggest. But perhaps the plummeting of Rafa Nadal is even more alarming now at number 15. Just seems so odd seeing him so far down the rankings. And also a quick tweet here from Vanch on Murray's loss to De Minaur, which I think was yesterday. 9 winners and 29 unforced errors for Andy. winning just 38% of his second serve points. Surprised how easy this was for de Minaur, but then again, difficult to expect much better at the almost age 36 and a medal hit. And this being his third clay event in 6 years, maybe Madrid will go better. Look forward to seeing Andy there. I will be in Madrid to cover things from Madrid, but also Barcelona as well. So that's my next couple of weeks sorted, really, certainly after Monte Carlo anyway. Just seeing some images of Djokovic taking the court in years gone by. Here he is in Monte Carlo up against Rafa. Is that a year that he won the tournament? Yes, it looks like it is. He's holding the trophy aloft. Beating Rafa in Monte Carlo back then was a big feat. Still would be, but obviously Rafa hasn't won Monte Carlo now since 2017, is it? Is that the last time Rafa won Monte Carlo? And also Vanch here touching on the fact that Frances Tiafoe winning last week. That was a really tough final and week filled with rain delays for Tiafoe. Echeverry gave the world number 11 all he could handle and very nearly pushed it to the decider. This is Big Foe's first title, second of his career, since winning Delray Beach in February 2018. Pity, but understandable that Tiafoe, as a result of those heroics, pulled out of wherever we are. Where are we? Monte Carlo. I think you all know what I mean. Just to show you there, look, there I am, still in the bottom left-hand corner. Don't need to worry, I'm not going anywhere. Just waiting for Novak at the moment to take the court. Some images of him practicing with Goran looking on. Once again, my ability to take a screenshot seems to have evaded me. As we see Novak now taking his jacket off, and he's going to be warming up shortly. Maybe I'll share some of those images with you as well. He's in the bright red. I'll see what Gakhov is, what his attire is today. Do we see Novak winning in straight sets? Do we see Novak losing more than 5 or 6 games? Let me know what you think. Do you see a shock? Do you see Novak struggling in Monte Carlo like he has done the last couple of years? Yeah. Oh, so I've got a poll going on in the live chat. Let's see how that one pans out. Gakhov, by the way, beating Van Asch in the qualifiers, and Manarino. So a couple of impressive scalps for him there in the qualifiers, but the most impressive scalp of all would probably be his win over McDonald in the first round. So he's played already 3 matches. He's rocking the Nike outfit. Yeah. What do we think? Novak shaking the hands of the umpire. Monte Carlo, I understand the desire for so many people to want to visit. It is so picturesque, but the financial side of it means it doesn't really appeal to me in the same way as some of the other clay court tournaments, such as Barcelona, Madrid, and Rome. But that's just my take. Maybe you're a huge fan of Monte Carlo. Maybe you've been. Maybe you're desperate to go. Novak there sort of just warming himself up. And the umpire today will be Manuel Messina. Let me know your thoughts on some of the tennis that's been going on. Also get voting in the live chat. I've got a poll asking whether you think, who you think is going to win the tournament, basically. Just looking at the draw as well. Novak potentially could play Kecmanovic or Musetti in the 3rd round. Maybe I'll tweet that out there to the masses too. If you're wondering why I'm holding my phone up like this, it's because I just want to take a quick screenshot and share it on Twitter before I give you my full attention. I guess Musetti would be the most likely. That would be an interesting repeat of Roland Garros from a few years ago, from 2 years ago. I don't see Novak having any troubles before then, as in today. Yeah, So anyway, I've shared a few thoughts from Vanch, so perhaps maybe I should share a couple of tweets of my own. Make sure you give us a follow, by the way, on Twitter at Talking Tennis TT. We're also pretty active on Instagram and Facebook with the same address at Talking Tennis TT. Okay. There we go. We can have a quick look at the draw. Yeah, so Djokovic against Gakhov. Musetti is up against Kecmanovic as we speak. Last I saw, I think Nardi was a setup on Vacheron. Let's have a quick look to see how Monte Carlo is going at the moment. Well, some of the scores up may need to be updated. Kecmanovic and Musetti are on serve, and as are Nardi and Vacheron in the second set. So that gives you a clearer picture of how this part of the draw is panning out, at least for now. Make sure you hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. And we'll be bringing you live ball-by-ball coverage of Novak Djokovic's encounter with Gakhov very, very shortly in the next few minutes. They're still just warming up for now. Let's get another image up on the screen of Senor Gakhov. 25 of you are joining us now. Great to have 25 of you on board. Please hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new and become a member of us on YouTube. And you are also free to send in a super chat. If you think that I'm doing a good job with my commentary, send in a super chat to show your appreciation for the channel. Even if you think I'm doing a bad job, still send in a super chat. Click that $sign, I think it is, just below the live chat, and you can make a donation to the channel to help support us. In the meantime, these guys are still warming up. Maybe it's time as well to just revert back to Twitter as we can see the draw there. Let me know if you think that's a comfortable, easy draw for Novak, at least in the early couple of rounds. Warm-up will be finishing in just a few seconds, so they will be taking to the court very, very shortly. What else have I been tweeting in the last few hours, let's say? There's a little reminder to catch the Tony Nadal interview. Of course, an exclusive interview we had with Tony on Talking Tennis from just over a week ago regarding Rafa's return to the tour. Check out the interview and let me know your thoughts. Also regarding his 2022 season, the ups and downs that obviously had, with the first 6 months being so incredible and the second 6 months being so tough. Also some missed opportunities in the past for Nadal, and his recent collaboration with Felix Auger-Aliassime. So check out that video. Follow us on Twitter and all the socials at Talking Tennis TT. We are about to bring you live coverage of Novak Djokovic against Ivan Ghakov, the world number one, attempting to win the Masters event here in Monte Carlo. Of course, it's an event he's won before. Gakhov will serve. He actually won the coin toss and chose to serve. Interesting choice for him to let his opponent serve first. Maybe that's a tactic that's worked for him in the past. He's already won 3 matches in Monte Carlo, including 2 qualifiers and overcoming McDonald in the first round. Hit that like button. Do not forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. And tune in as we bring you through ball-by-ball coverage of Novak Djokovic against Ivan Ghakov. Djokovic to serve, goes long on his first serve. His first serve on the clay of 2023 goes long. What is he going to do with the second serve? So it's the second serve for Gakhov to look at. Djokovic goes to the backhand return. Now the backhand of Djokovic. Forehand now. And it's a forehand winner from Novak Djokovic. It's a really deep return position, by the way, for Gakhov. $15 at the moment, by the way, for Novak. Goes wide on that serve. Let's share a nice image of Monte Carlo with you. Now it's 30-love to Novak Djokovic. Musetti is an interesting one, yeah. But Matthew, as I suggested, it's a bit of a basket case with him. You just never know. Okay, 30-love Novak Djokovic. By the way, Gakhov, there is something a bit of the Nadal about Gakhov with that left-hander, deep return position. He's so deep, he's almost in the med. Backhand return, double-handed as well. Wearing the Nike outfit and the headband as well. Surely Gakhov is a big Rafa fan. It'd be funny if he came off the court and just somebody said, have you noticed how there's some similarities with Rafa? And he'd be like, who? Rafa Nadal. Never heard of him. 40-love Djokovic. Backhand return from Gakhov. Forehand. That forehand is... And by the way, Djokovic goes long on the backhand down the line, so it's 40-15. This would be a good sparring partner. If I was Novak and I was playing Rafa, by the way, I would certainly have Gakhov as my warm-up guy before playing Rafa. Quick image there of Goran in the crowd. And that's a good deep shot there from Gakhov. And it's a forehand now, and he's won the point. That's nice from Gakhov, 40-30. Is it me, or is there something of the Nadals about Gakhov? Am I spelling Gakhov right? Yes, I am. Monte Carlo Masters. Excuse me while I just tweet this out to the masses. Monte Carlos. No Carlos there at the moment. Novak, by the way, is 40-30 on serve. Oh, has he gone deep? No, he hasn't. He's hitting that baseline pretty well there, Gakhov. And he's got a chance in this point, but he's put it into the net. And so Djokovic wins the first game to 30. He leads 1-love. Puffing a little bit already there, Novak, in the first game. We saw him on 1 or 2 occasions last year as well, struggling with the conditions. Let's see if that repeats itself today in Monte Carlo. One game to love to Novak Djokovic. Gakhov to serve. Where are you going with this one? Into the net. I was going to go to the Novak forehand. Probably doesn't have a sponsorship deal because he's wearing all Nike in terms of the clothing and Asics shoes. So sponsors alert if you're interested in signing up Gakhov. And Djokovic puts a backhand into the net. That's an unforced error. And it's 15-love to Gakhov. What do we know about Gakhov, by the way? Well, let's have a quick rundown of his career so far. He's 196, I believe, in the world as we speak, reaching a career high of 186 very recently, just early this month. He's 26 years old. He's been on the tour for a few years. Not really made a big impression, but he's already won 3 matches in Monte Carlo, having won 2 qualifiers. And it's a forehand winner from Gakhov, much like Senor Nadal. Still no word from Rafa on terms of Barcelona. If anything happens, I will let you know. It'll be breaking news, potentially. Backhand return. Forehand drop shots, not good enough from Gakhov. Still in the point very much here, the Russian, but he puts that into the net. And it is 30-15. Okay, backhand return from Novak. Good depth on that return, putting his opponent in a bit of trouble here. But now they are on an exchange of backhands. And Novak goes long with the backhand, actually. And it's 40-15 to Gakhov, the 26-year-old. His coach is Miguel Sanchez. He looks like he's got 3 coaches, actually. Igor Muguruza. I wonder if that's no relation to Garbino, is it? Don't know. Anyway. Yet to crack the top 150. Only made his ATP Tour debut last year, it looks like. Current ranking of 186 in the world. Although maybe 196, actually, perhaps. Anyway, 40-30 on his serve. In the meantime, hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. And get voting as well on YouTube. We've got a poll there to see who you think might end up winning this tournament. Always put a forehand into the net. That was a big, big forehand that he went for there. Straight into the net. And it is deuce. Oh, it's a nice winner down the line there, though, from Gakhov. Game point. Get himself on the board. 1.91 m. Does that make him just a fraction taller than Novak? I'm guessing Novak's about what is Novak? 188? That would be my guess. Just to have a quick look around the grounds, Musetti and Kecmanovic are into a first set tiebreak. Gakhov has a game point here, by the way. Puts his first serve into the net. Yeah, Musetti is up a mini break in that tiebreak. Good return there from Novak. Decent forehand from Gakhov, but an excellent winner down the line from Novak Djokovic, meaning it is deuce. Let's share some of these scores with you on the screen. Got a couple of you tuning in on Facebook. Make sure you hit the like button and also get in the comment section, both on Facebook or on YouTube or wherever you are watching us from. Get in the comment section and let me know what you think of this tournament. Novak goes long. Is he on the return? Yes, he has. So it is advantage to Gakhov. Yes, so just having a quick look at some of the other matches. Yeah, Kecmanovic and Musetti. It's 5-1 to Musetti in the tiebreak there. I can see the Italian returning serve as we speak. They're exchanging backhands. It's now on the forehand for Musetti. So excuse me for a second. So we talk about this tiebreak. We could well have 5 set points for the Italian in a second. We'll see. Forehand Italian, forehand Kecmanovic, forehand Musetti, switching it up to the backhand of Kecmanovic. Kecmanovic goes into the net, and it is 5 set points for Lorenzo Musetti. Of course, the winner of this could potentially play Novak Djokovic later on in the tournament. Gakhov has held serve, by the way, 1 game all over there. 5 set points now, Musetti, and Musetti to get the first 2 on his serve, 6-1. I will come back to Gakhov and Djokovic in a second, quite possibly very, very soon. Forehand for Musetti, and he's won it. He's won that first set. Musetti comfortably winning the tiebreak there. So he is set, and I would have Musetti as the slight favorite there. Gakhov has love 15 on the Novak serve, by the way. Nardi finishing the job off against Vacherot earlier. So he's through. Djokovic serving here at 15 all. Let's have a little split screen action, shall we, for you? 15 all, Djokovic serving. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. 30-15 now, Novak. Two sets up on my, hoping he can do something substantial this clay season. He's an enjoyable player to watch, said Matthew. Yes, he absolutely is, Lorenzo. He's certainly enjoyable, but perhaps for some frustrating too. And he may do something here in Monte Carlo. May want to play Novak very soon. But of course, a lot of tennis to be played for both Novak and Lorenzo before then. At the moment, Novak is one game all here in the early stages. And it's a backhand that goes wide for Gakhov. Novak not pulling up any trees thus far, but we are only in the third game, to be fair. (40-15) Novak Djokovic, one game all. Serving. Where are you going to go? You're going to go just slightly wide, I think. On that first serve, we saw some clay puff up there. Second serve. Ooh, unusual backhand return, let's say. Is that enough for Novak to win the point? Yes, it is. 2-1. Novak Djokovic takes a 2-1 advantage as we take a little sit-down break anyway, or the players do. In Monte Carlo, Musetti winning that first set on a tiebreak. And they may well face off like they did in the French Open a few years ago, Novak and the Italian. So let's put that up to the masses too. And maybe even share that out on the screen for you, because we can go back to focusing on this Novak Djokovic match. Doo-doo-doo-doo. What do you think about Sonego's unbelievable win earlier? I don't know if you caught that, but he saved 4 match points before winning his battle with Humbert. Crushing defeat for Humbert, but a remarkable win for the Italian. Who have you got winning the tournament? Let's have a quick look at the live poll that I have for you currently on here. Let's have a look. We've got Djokovic at 75%. I'm amazed at how many people are going with Djokovic there. Just 4% for Sinner. Yeah, I guess perhaps that's the draw for Yannick. And 12% Steph. I guess the doubts regarding Steph will be largely because of the fitness in particular, because otherwise I think he could easily make the final here, being on the opposite side of the draw too. Novak, and of course no Carlos or Rafa Nadal. Still no tweet from the Spaniard. Just going to check his Twitter line out, just in case I've missed it. Hmm. Uh, 15 love on the Gakhov serve, by the way, as we see a nice little memory here of Rafa from years gone by. During an unbelievable period of his career where he didn't lose a match for a couple of years on clay. I think it was it Roger Federer broke that run? I could be wrong. Roger Federer in Madrid, maybe? Or Roger Federer somewhere, I think. May have been Rome, may have been not Monte Carlo. 27 of you joining us right now. Please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel and get in the comment section and join the party and let us know what you think about Novak Djokovic's chances in particular in Monte Carlo as Gakhov does a double fault, 30-15. Fairly conventional start for both players, neither really threatened on their serve thus far. We've not been to deuce yet or had a break point. But we've got a second serve here for Novak to look at. Backhand return for Novak. Forehand Gakhov is a winner. Excellent forehand winner there from Gakhov, the world number 196, I believe. 2 game points here for him. If you have Novak winning this tournament, let me know why you have Novak winning this tournament. If you have somebody else winning it, let me know why. Or if you don't have Gakhov, so if you don't have Novak winning it, let me know why you don't have Novak winning it, if that makes sense. Forehand winners from Gakhov. He's beating his opponent 5-1 in that statistic at the moment. Novak to serve at 2 games all. Backhand return. Backhand lofted up. Forehand goes into the net from Novak Djokovic. So love 15 on the Novak serve. 2 games all it currently is. What have you made of the start of this match so far? I'm not surprised that we've not seen Novak pulling up any trees yet on the Gakhov serve, but I expect at certain times in the match we might see a bit of an explosion from the world number 1. But just less likely to happen in the first couple of games than it is as the match and even the tournament progresses. Look at that runaround forehand there for Gakhov, Rafa Nadal-esque. And that was not Novak Djokovic-esque as he puts his forehand into the tram line. It's an unforced error from him. So it is now love 30 on the Novak serve. Love 30, ladies and gentlemen. Little bit of an opening perhaps here for Gakhov. 185 places in the world below his opponent, maybe even 195, actually. I think he's 196 right now in the world. Novak there with an excellent first serve down the tee. Is it going to be his serve that's going to get him out of trouble again, as so often we've seen in the past? 15-30 now. Novak Djokovic. We will be bringing you coverage of the final as well, and maybe plenty of the action before then. So make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're new. 15-30, Novak Djokovic serving. Second serve, backhand return from Gakhov. Backhand again from Gakhov. Good depth on that one. And it's forced the error. Barely forced the error. I think the depth may have caught him by surprise. It's 15-14. We have our first break points of the match. And they go the way of the Russian. Novak saves the first one, though, 30-40. Breakpoint number 2. Let's see what happens here. Novak Djokovic goes into the net on the first serve. 21 minutes in. Second serve here for Gakhov to look at. I would imagine that Novak will go to the backhand of his opponent, but we'll see. Again, even the swinging there reminds me of Rafa. Run around forehand from Rafa Light. Forehand again from Gakhov. Forehand again, Gakhov. Forehand again. Backhand Novak. Looks like they're just exchanging things here, just testing each other out. Novak going a little bit more aggressively than his opponent, though. Slice there from Gakhov. Don't know if he'll regret that one. Backhand there. Good depth from that Gakhov. Forehand now from him, but Novak probably just slightly in charge on this point. Forehand now, Novak. And Gakhov goes long on the backhand, and it's deuce. It's deuce, ladies and gentlemen. That was a 22-shot rally, by the way. Novak Djokovic serving. Deuce, saving 2 break points already. It's going to be a second serve for Gakhov to look at. Deuce. 2 games all. Where are you going with this one, Novak? You are going to the forehand of his opponent. Sort of down the center, actually. His opponent, Gakhov, ran around it. So now it's on the forehand of Gakhov. Forehand again, run around. There's plenty of chance for him to move around that on this surface. Goes for the drop shot. It's not going to be good enough, though. Novak now has a smash, and he's going to put it away easily. In fact, he just decides to tap it back over the net. So it's game point now, Novak Djokovic. Still breathing a little heavily there, Novak. So I do think this first match for him on clay was never going to be the easiest match of his career, let's say, no matter who his opponent was or is. And arguably, it's probably a little bit tougher for him to face someone such as Gakhov, who's already played 3 matches in Monte Carlo, than it would be someone who's perhaps higher ranked but hadn't played yet. Anyway, game point Novak Djokovic, 23 minutes on the clock, bouncing the ball. Is he going to get the first serve in? He is down the tee. Forehand now should be put away from Novak. It's not put away, but he's in charge of the point. That's a decent, more than a decent backhand volley from Novak in the net. And he holds serve, winning 4 points in a row. He was in a bit of trouble there. And the points over 9 shots statistic, perhaps unsurprisingly, Novak is winning that one comfortably, 4-1. Gakhov needing to keep the points short to give himself a chance. Once it goes long on the points, or on the rally length, I should say, Novak is the heavy favorite, as he is against pretty much anyone in the world. And he was very much the favorite in terms of that point. It was an excellent volley at the net, but he was in charge of the point throughout, and he holds 4-3-2. Yeah. Three games to 2 for Novak Djokovic. Let's have a quick look at our Twitter poll. Oh, sorry, not our Twitter poll, our YouTube poll, to see how that is panning out. I think Djokovic is still leading it convincingly. He is. I do not back Djokovic as heavily as you guys do in the live chat, where 72% of you, 71 votes, by the way, we've had. So that'll keep going. I can see a picture of Stefanos Tsitsipas there. Watching some of the action, probably watching Novak, I imagine, thinking, I wonder if I'll be playing you in the final on Sunday. Could well be. Seeds 1 and 2. Very much depends, I think, on Stefanos' health. Winning the last 2 years here. Yeah. What do we think about Stefanos and his health? I think he's probably okay. I'm not sure if I entirely buy, and I hope I'm not sounding too suspicious. I entirely buy the fact that he felt as though he was forced to play the Sunshine Double. I just don't think he should have done. Anyway, love 15 on the Gakhov serve. It's 15 all. He's getting a lot of depth on his shots, Gakhov, and it's obviously a slightly higher risk, but I guess he has to play high risk against somebody who's going to win so many of the longer points. 15 all. If you're wondering why I'm showing an image of Novak's back, well, Novak is back, I guess, after a 5-week absence. Is it 5 weeks, more or less? 4.5 weeks, something like that, since we last saw him when he lost to Medvedev. Was his last match, was a defeat in Dubai, was it? I just get Dubai and Doha muddled up, so it's probably easier just to say the Middle East. But, you know, in the semi-final where he lost there, although it's a double fault from Gakhov. 15-30. Gakhov had a couple of break points in the previous game, but his third double fault of the day, probably wary of the Novak return. It's been a fairly lengthy match so far. We've only had 5 games, and we're already almost at the half-hour mark. Anyway, Novak very much in this point as it comes, but now we've got a smash, and it goes into the net from Gakhov. A smash at the net, which he should be putting away. But Novak, good defense, you could say. 15-40, 2 break points for the world number 1. First one goes a begging, though, as Novak goes long there. So it's 30-40, 1 break point saved. Keep spelling Gakhov's name wrong. Need to get that right. Oh, saved the second break point, so it's back to deuce. Goes down the tee on this one. Novak, decent return there. Forehand Gakhov to forehand Novak. Plenty of topspin there for Novak. Oh, and Novak puts that into the net. It's now game point for Gakhov, having won 3 points in a row. That was a rusty Novak forehand, that one, for sure. Let me know where you're tuning in from. I'm in Bonn, in Western Germany, not far from Cologne. Let me know where you are watching things unfold. Well wide there on the first serve for Gakhov. So it's a second serve for Novak to look at. Forehand Gakhov, forehand Novak, forehand Gakhov goes long, and it's deuce. It's deuce. So this could turn out to be a pretty significant game regarding the destiny of the first set. Okay, goes to the forehand, comes into the net here. It's, oh, Novak. Novak there, ruining that one. He chased down a sort of drop volley, if that makes sense, or drop half volley from Gakhov at the net. Not sure if Gakhov coming into the net was the right decision, but anyway, sort of half volley at the net there. Novak chased it down, but then went just too big and too long on that shot. So it's now a game point again for Gakhov. Forehand Gakhov, forehand Novak. Good shot there from Novak. Good accuracy. Forehand Gakhov, but plenty of accuracy from both players. And Novak goes long. He's the one who errs first, And it is 3 games all. Get voting, ladies and gentlemen, as to where you think the destiny of this title is going. Cool. Okay. So we're on the Novak serve. It is 15-love for the world number 1. There's an image of that smash that Gakhov wasn't able to put away by putting it into the net. There you go, Walid. He's big on Ivan, aren't you, Walid? By the way, Walid, have you subscribed to the channel? If not, why not? I'm sure you have already. Just click that subscribe button. Novak goes long on the second serve, so it's 15 all, a double fault. We've seen both players, by the way, have to save break points in the previous 2 games, having had the first 4 games very comfortable on serve. $15 all. Novak Djokovic to serve. First serve, will it be? No, goes slightly wide. Was going to go to the backhand of the left-hander Gakhov. Let me know if I'm getting a bit too carried away. Great, Walid. I'm pleased that you have already subscribed. Be like Walid and subscribe to Talking Tennis. Forehand to backhand. Forehand Novak. Backhand, left-handed backhand. He's really doing some moon balls here. Is Gakhov. Forehand Novak. Good backhand, that one from Gakhov. And a forehand winner. He's feeling confident out there, and so he should be. 4th match of the tournament, as I keep highlighting. 2 qualifiers and a defeat of McDonald in the previous round, albeit over 3 sets. And his qualifiers were pretty tricky. Just having a quick look at them again, I just remember them being pretty tricky. His qualifiers, it wasn't easy for him. Obviously overcoming at McDonald in the previous one. Manarino, by the way, who's been in exceptional form, albeit on the hard courts this year. He overcame him. And in the second qualifying round, he beat Van Asch in 3 sets. By the way, every match he's played so far has been 3 sets, so he's certainly no shortage of minutes on court. And he's 15-30. Novak Djokovic serving. We've had break points in the previous 2 service games for both players. Will we get break points again in this game? It's a run-around forehand return for Gakhov. He's on the backhand, but he goes wide, as he on that one. Yeah, just wide. To the relief of Novak Djokovic, 30 all. Jack will probably be bringing you commentary for the final. Will he be commentating on Gakhov that final? It's a break point for Gakhov in southern France, 30-40. It's another forehand winner. Really, really good placement, that. Good placement. Novak cutting a slightly forlorn figure at the moment. 148 kilometers an hour, but it was also about the precision there. Very close to the line. Break point again on the Novak serve. But this time, Novak is his first serve in. Forehand Novak. Backhand slices from a slightly tentative Gakhov. 3 in a row. And he's brought up the error. There were tentative slices, I thought, from Gakhov, but in the end, they were the right decision. The error from Novak Djokovic, and Gakhov is a break up on his opponent. Djokovic, clearly not in his best form thus far, as he goes long on the forehand. And there we go, the first break. Djokovic. I'll get Gakhov's name right in terms of spelling eventually. Gakhov, first break to Gakhov. As Djokovic goes long. And it's 4-3 to the world number 196 in Monte Carlo. How about that? There we go. Long way to go in this match, though, so far, but not such a long way in the first set. So just 2 games, 2 holds of serve from Gakhov, and he'll be 1 set up on his opponent. But still, long way. I mean, don't forget he's had to save 2 break points in the last service game and may well have to save a few more before seeing out this set. Let's see. But he has got the advantage, at least in this first set. Let's share this tweet, shall we? Give you a bit of an idea, a bit of a picture of what's going on in Monte Carlo. Four games to 3. Second serve, Gakhov. Forehand, run around forehand return there from Novak. Now he's on the backhand, sliding around. Now Novak's on the forehand. I wouldn't be surprised if we get an immediate break back from Novak. It's a forehand winner from him, meaning love 15. Love 15. Ladies and gentlemen, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you are new. Backhand return from Novak. And it is 15 all. 15 all from Gakhov. Both of them staring each other down at the net in the end as they were being pushed around the court, both players. In the end, it was a fairly comfortable winner. 4 on the backhand volley there for Gakhov at the net. That was a fairly decent backhand volley initially. Good backspin on that. Novak did well to chase it down, to be fair. And it's 15 all. Novak looking a frustrated figure at the moment. Mind you, he can sometimes he's 2 sets and a break up and he still looks a frustrated figure at a Grand Slam. Demands a lot. Backhand return here for Novak. Forehand now goes long from Gakhov. Are we seeing a slight wobble here? 15-30 as he was potentially thinking about winning his first set. I always remember Marcos Baghdatis, as he had, I think, a set and maybe even a breakup on Federer in Australia, 2006. And Baghdatis said to himself, oh, I think I might win the Australian Open. I might beat Roger Federer, who was already a legend even back then. And that thought probably was his undoing. Ooh, what is that, though, from Gakhov? Was in charge of that point. It was a low bounce, but still goes long with that forehand. Seemed to be a bit of a frazzled brain on that one. And I'm not talking about the heat in Monte Carlo frazzling. Anyway, 15-40. Gakhov to serve. Novak sensing blood, I imagine, for a breakback chance. Djokovic has already had 2 break points in this set. Didn't take advantage of either of them. Second serve here. Backhand return from Novak. He's going to force his opponent to play every ball, I'm sure. Good depth there. Good shot, though, from Gakhov. This is turning out to be an epic rally. What a winner from Gakhov on the backhand side. Boy, oh boy, some excellent shots from both players. And the best shot of all was the backhand winner from the world 196 at the end. I thought he was in big trouble on that point. He went for it, and he was right to do so with the backhand cross-court winner. 30-40. Still, break point, though, for Novak. What are you doing here? You are going to the forehand of Novak. Forehand. Novak, it's gone wide. It's gone wide. And we are back on serve at 4 games all. One break of serve each. Gakhov would be disappointed, particularly with that shot at 15-30, I think it was, where he really shouldn't have been putting that long. But he puts that final forehand wide, and it's 4 games all. Four games all here on Court Rainier, 41 minutes gone. Djokovic serving, and he's now 15-love up already on his serve. So now I would imagine Djokovic will probably cruise to victory, but who knows? Long, long way still to go. .30 Novak Djokovic. .40 Novak Djokovic. And this is a far more comfortable service game than the previous couple. Four games all soon becomes 5 games to 4 for Novak Djokovic. And that was an extremely comfortable hold for the Serb. .5-4 he leads now. So it's now the pressure's very much back on his opponent, who will be serving to stay in the set. Doodle-doo, doodle-doo. It's an extremely scenic setting, it has to be said. On the south coast of France. I've never been to Monte Carlo. I have been to Nice and a few other places, Marseille in the south of France. Marseille is very different to Monte Carlo, let's say. Anyway, 5 games to 4. Novak Djokovic leads. His opponent, Gakhov, now having lost that advantage he had. I think he was leading, was it 4-3? So it's 2 games in a row, including a break of serve for Djokovic. 45 minutes into this match. Oakley dokley. Gakhov to serve. 4-5. Goes into the net on the first serve. What will we give for another Djokovic break here and sealing this first set? Decent return from Novak, as you would expect. Forehand clips the net from Gakhov, but the rally continues. Forehand now from Gakhov. Forehand Novak. And the forehand from Gakhov goes wide. It is love 15. Novak doesn't look happy out there. But when does he look happy other than when he's lifting the trophy? Now Gakhov comes into the net. Is it going to go long from Novak? No, it's not. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I think it is. There could be a bit of a dispute regarding this ball. But Gakhov is convinced it went out. Let it go. Is showing the ball where it landed. The umpire is suggesting, I think it landed on the line. The umpire is suggesting it landed on the line. Of course, I don't think they have a challenging system in Monte Carlo. I don't think you're going to change the umpire's mind. No, you're not. He scraped it. It's going to be love 30 for Novak Djokovic. Gakhov there. I know he's 26, but perhaps showing a bit of inexperience. Is that the right word to use when you make that kind of error? Oh, must be love 15. Maybe it was called out, but it's going to be a replay of the point. Anyway, maybe he's got away with that one because I think it probably landed in. Novak there going a bit deep on this return position for the second serve. Interesting. And very much in charge of the point, but Novak dumps it into the net. Now he brings a wry smile to his face. Very unusual. A slightly different smile from Gakhov, a one of relief for sure. And it's 15 all. It's 15 all. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to stand for this part of the match because I think things are getting a bit tense out there. Both players smiling, but with very different emotions underneath, I would imagine. 15 all. Good first serve there from Gakhov. Much needed. 30-15 he now leads. He'll be thinking to himself, if only I could have served as well in my previous service game, I'd be on the verge of winning this first set. Anyway, there we go. Ifs, buts, and maybes. Just turned 5 o'clock here, Central European time. We are in Bonn, near Cologne in Germany. And of course, the tournament in Monte Carlo, same time zone. Backhand return. Looks like they clipped the net. So it's a second serve. Forehand Novak. Backhand. Forehand. Backhand. Forehand. Goes long. And it's 40-15. 2 game points now for Gakhov. He's ridden the storm a little bit in terms of the fact that he was, of course, ceded that break advantage, was also love 15 on his serve, had that curious line call, let's say, but he's now 40-15, although he puts that first serve well wide down the tee. Get voting in our poll on who you think is going to win, by the way, this tournament. And it's a double fault from Gakhov. 40-30. Yeah, let me know who you think is winning the tournament. We have a poll on YouTube. Last time I saw, I think Novak was very much favored by our audience, with 72% predicting him to win the title. 4 double faults from Gakhov today, just the one from Novak so far. That's a good first serve. Should be enough for him to win the point, and it is. And the game, it is 5 games all. Five games all. Good, very important hold there. Very difficult hold as well, I would argue, given the psychological circumstances. And Novak Djokovic is to serve at 5 games all. Where are you going with this serve, Novak? Down the tee, but long. That's where you're going. Clips the net there from Novak, and he's still in the point, though. It's a bit lucky there, but he's actually put that into the net, and it's now love 15. Love 15 on the Novak serve. No, I did not expect this either. Yes, Elena. Listen, I'm not in Monte Carlo, of course, as you can probably tell. I'm in my living room in Bonn, but it certainly would seem to be the case. People in Monte Carlo, the players were certainly saying there was much speedier and even a slightly higher bounce in Monte Carlo than normal. Some players enjoyed it, others less so in Estoril. But yes, slower, heavier conditions here. But I still think probably Rome is maybe the slowest and heaviest of them all, maybe Barcelona. Anyway, love 15 now on the Novak serve. Novak here exchanging at the moment shots. What a backhand that is. And is it enough to force the point? It is. Love 30 now on the Novak Djokovic serve. Don't think anyone expected this, as you said, Walid. By the way, Elena is a member. Elena or Elena? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. And you can become a member too. Just click that membership and you can enjoy some perks. Exclusive footage, all sorts of things, little badges, etc., and all sorts of different options. Anyway, options to Novak Djokovic a little limited right now. He is love 30 down on his serve at 5 games all. Crucial moments in this first set. Second serve here. Comes into the net, Novak. Ooh, what a volley that is. And it's enough to win the point. Wow, Novak serve and volley. Second serve, I think that was as well. Serve and volley. But really, it was all about the volley. I mean, I guess you could also say the serve out wide. Well, that wasn't the best serve out wide. But wow, what a volley from the world number one. He's 195 places above his opponent in the world rankings. And perhaps that volley showed it there. Okay, Novak Djokovic into the net on his first serve. Huge point this. It's either going to be 30 all, and Novak looking pretty good to hold serve, or 2 break points for Gakhov, for Ivan Ghakov. Okay, forehand return. Very much in this point here. He's trying to stay aggressive because he doesn't really want lengthy rallies, but Novak is making him think by a moonball there. He's not going deep enough on some of these shots, though, Ivan, and as a result, he loses the point. 30 all. So it is 30 all. At that moment, I said it could either be 15-40 or 30 all. It's 30 all, and things looking much more comfortable right now for Novak than they were just as little as a minute ago. By the way, Elena, have you played tennis yet outdoors in Germany this year? I'm going to be playing for the first time on Saturday. Novak goes long down the tee. Yeah, we'll be playing in Bonn. First time this year on the clay. First time since October. At least in Germany. I've been playing plenty elsewhere. Okay. Return is wide from Gakhov. It was a chance. It was a very cautious second serve from Novak Djokovic. Maybe so cautious it even caught Gakhov slightly by surprise. He did go pretty big on it, though, but too big and too wide. 40-30 Novak Djokovic. Down the tee, backhand return. Goes long from Gakhov. Djokovic gets himself out of a bit of trouble there, and he leads by 6 games to 5. Let's have a quick look at some of the matches that are going on elsewhere. Okay, Evans won the first set against Ivashka. There I was, all down on the Brit, suggesting that he might well struggle against Ivashka. But he's won the first set. I thought Ivashka would win that. Of course, a long way still to go in that one. Draper and Hurkacz just getting underway. I'm sure many of you are pumped for that match. 1 game to love for the poll. And Musetti crushed Kecmanovic in the second set. Perhaps highlighting about some of the differences. Maybe they suit Musetti more than Kecmanovic in Monte Carlo, much more than in Estoril, where we were last week. So yeah, there we go. Some of the scores there. So Evans is a set up on Ivashka. Hurkacz and Draper just underway with 1 game to love to Hurkacz. Djokovic and Gakhov. Are we going to go to a tiebreak, or is Djokovic going to break serve and seal the first set? Musetti crushing Kecmanovic there, 6-love in the second set after a super tight first set, albeit that Musetti won the tiebreak with a drop of just 1 point. Nardi overcoming Vashalot. I don't think that's any great surprise with Nardi there progressing through. Rublev struggling to beat Munar, but did ultimately prevail in 3 sets against the Spaniard. And Khachanov, yeah, really good win for him, but a very disappointing result for David Fokina. They're losing in straight sets. Last year's finalist, of course, Sonego, by the way, in probably the match of the tournament so far, winning in 3 sets, but that barely tells the story. He may have won in 3 sets, but he saved 4 match points, heroically so, as he overcame Ugo Humbert. And Dimitrov beating Shelton in 3 sets. Zverev Bublik, by the way, very interesting match. That turned out to be much closer than I think many of us thought, with Zverev, though, ultimately prevailing. And a straight sets win for Lehecka. Lehecka beating the lucky loser Rusevori, who'd already lost already, but managed to progress due to injuries. Anyway, back to the events unfolding in front of my very eyes. It is Djokovic 6-5, and it is love 15 currently on the... Oh, Hurkacz has already broken Draper, by the way. Love 15 on the Gakhov serve, and it's a backhand return for Novak. Forehand Novak, loopy. Oh, is that... What a drop shot! I didn't think that was going to make it over the net from Gakhov. Bringing another smile to Novak's face, recognizing the quality of that from his opponent. It was just perfectly executed. 15 all. There we go. Backhand there. Ooh. This is turning into a slightly lengthier rally than I'm sure Gakhov would like, who's been trying to keep the points fairly short. And that's a decent drop volley. Is it enough to win the point? Ooh, he's gone. Whoa. Deary me, Novak should have won that point. It was a really good drop volley to put himself in charge of the point. And then arguably the easiest shot of all, Novak put wide into the tram line. I mean, this is an excellent drop shot. Okay, it was chased down, but really he should be winning that point. Decided to go the other way and perhaps should have gone down the line. But easy to be clever after the event. Oh, you've got a bit longer to wait, Eleanor, in Dresden than we have here in Bonn. Yeah, I'm just pleased that we're getting underway next weekend. I really am. Maybe even slightly earlier than some places, as you suggest, in Dresden. It's a good volley there from Gakhov, and it's enough to win the point, ultimately. 40-15. He has 2 points. He has 2 game points for a tiebreak. Yeah, I don't know what happened to ADF, by the way, today. I don't really know what happened to him against Cecchinato either. I thought it was a very disappointing result and very disappointing performance where, for me, he was the obvious favourite against the Italian, but ended up losing in straight sets and barely laying a glove on him as well. I mean, Cecchinato was the one forcing the issue there. I know it went to a second set tiebreak, but really, Cecchinato was easily the better player on the day. And it's a double fault from Gakhov. 40-30. This game is not done yet. Interesting, Elena is a Roger Federer fan, but she does describe the clay as her beloved surface. Gakhov, game point still, 40-30. Goes wide on the first serve, well wide. Backhand return from Novak, forehand Gakhov. Good depth on that forehand, but it's still a long way to go. What a winner! Rafa Nadal-esque on the forehand there from Gakhov. 6 games all. Tiebreak time. Listen, Gakhov maybe ruining his moment, the fact that he wasn't able to keep that break advantage. He was up 4-3 with a break. He's not had a break point since then, but Novak has also looked super comfortable on his serve and will certainly fancy his chances in this tiebreak. But it's been an entertaining first set, whatever happens from here on in. You do feel as though Gakhov, though, needs this tiebreak. Otherwise, I think Djokovic could well run away with the match. Let's see. Super deep return position for Gakhov, 6 games all. Backhand return goes wide, and it's 1-love to Novak Djokovic. 1-love. I'll be keeping you abreast of the score for those of you that aren't able to watch the match on TV. Of course, I've got the scores up on the screen, but I will also be reminding you of the actual score within the tiebreak. It's 1-love to Djokovic at the moment. And it's on a serve at the moment, and they're exchanging backhands. Forehand Novak, forehand Gakhov goes into the net. He's already a mini break down. Yeah, he did grow up on the clay, to be fair. I know what you mean. Just unfortunate he lived in the same generation as certain Rafa Nadal. 2-love. If any of you watching will be in Barcelona next week or in Madrid after that, give us a shout. I will be at both events covering the 500 and 1000s for Talking Tennis. Forehand return run around here for Novak. Good depth on the return there. I think Novak's got the bit between his teeth here. Let's see. Backhand there from Gakhov is no shortage of aggression there. Good forehand as well from Gakhov. Great defense from Novak. Oh, I think he's gone wide there, Novak. Excellent defense. I thought Gakhov was going to blink, but ultimately did well and won the point. So it's still just the 1 mini break advantage for Novak Djokovic in this tiebreak. Two points to 1. Return of serve. Ooh, there's some really aggressive shots there from Gakhov, one of which landed plumb on the line. Djokovic is not sure if it did even land on the line. It is 2-all. The mini break has been retrieved. 6 games all, 2 points all. On the scoreboard, it could not be any tighter. In the world rankings, it could barely be any further apart. 195 places separate the two. But right now, the margin, well, there is no margin between them. It's not even paper thin. It's 0. 6 games all, 2 points all. Is that a Novak Djokovic ace? Yes, it is. 3 points to 2 for Novak Djokovic. So he has now that paper thin advantage I suggested he might have before. 1 hour, 4 minutes on the clock. 3-2 in the tiebreak in favor of the world number 1 and previous winner in Monte Carlo. How big will this tiebreak be at the end of the week? We will see. Second serve for Gakhov. That must have been pretty close on the first serve. Backhand return for Novak. It's not bad. Forehand now. Backhand Gakhov. He's in a bit of trouble here, I would suggest. No, I think... Oh, he's mishit that forehand. He's mishit that forehand. Maybe it was an unusual bounce. It is 4-2 Novak Djokovic. Yes, indeed, Elena. We have been very lucky to get the press passes for Estoril and the upcoming tournaments in Barcelona and Madrid. I will be in Rome as well and at Roland Garros. I just don't know in which capacity yet. Let's see. Maybe I should check my emails. Maybe I've got an email about either of those 2 tournaments awaiting me. 4-2 at the moment, Novak Djokovic. He, of course, will be in Rome and Paris, albeit he will not be there as a member of the press. Maybe he'd rather be. Maybe I'll get a wild card and replace him. Okay, Novak Djokovic here anyways. Up at a mini break in this tiebreak at 4-2, but it's a forehand winner from Gakhov, meaning it's now 4-3. The mini break advantage remains, but it's 4-3. Let's have a quick look. No emails at the moment. Jack Draper's 3 games to love down to Hurkacz. That's just 1 break of serve there. Okay, backhand return. Forehand Novak. Backhand. Forehand Novak. Forehand Novak again. Forehand. Oh, he's gone long there. He's gone long there, Gakhov. Maybe he thought that was a chance. He went big. He's having to pull the trigger. Not super early, but fairly early. He just knows that lengthy exchanges are always going to end up favoring the Serb. So at some point, he has to pull the trigger. He tried to pull the trigger there. Misfired. 5 points to 3, Novak Djokovic, with the mini break advantage. Backhand return goes long from Gakhov. It is 3 set points for Novak Djokovic. 68 minutes on the clock. As was fairly inevitable, was it, that Djokovic would win this tiebreak? Well, he's not won it yet, but he's got 3 set points. Okay. Clips the net on the first serve. And Novak puts the return into the net. So one of those set points has been saved, albeit on the Gakhov serve. 4-6 on his serve. Second set point. Goes out wide, and he's got it. That one as well. He saved 2 set points. So it's 5-6. Yeah, Elena, I find that very surprising. It's up to 90%. Last time I saw it was 72%. And I thought that was unusual. I think I still see 71% in the live chat unless we're looking at different polls. Poll as in questionnaire rather than poll as in Hurkacz. Yeah, I see 71% suggesting that Djokovic, at least in the poll that I have, that he will win the tournament. But still, that surprised me that as many are convinced as that. Okay, anyway, set point on the Novak serve. Forehand Novak. Backhand slice from Gakhov. Forehand Novak. Forehand goes well wide. Mishit. Wide and long. Djokovic wins the first set on a tiebreaker. 7 points to 5. You just see Hubie Hurkacz is now a double breakup on Jack Draper. But right in front of my very eyes, I see Novak Djokovic winning the first set. 7 games to 6. Let me know your thoughts in the live chat regarding this first set. Certainly a surprise in so many respects, but ultimately, Novak prevails. Some first set statistics as well popping up here. 15 winners. Gakhov with almost double the amount of winners of his opponent. Yeah, as I say, he's just having to be pretty aggressive on his opponent's serve. Yeah, let's see if I get those up on the screen for you. Some of these statistics, by the way, from the first set. Gakhov with 21 unforced errors, but as I say, he's just having to be you just got to be more aggressive than Novak, of course. Cool. So let's get that out to the masses, and then I'll bring it up for you on the screen as well. Very, very short. Let me know your thoughts on the first set. Let me know your thoughts on the tournament as a whole and some of the other crazy action that we've seen today, including Khachanov winning in straight sets over Fokina, Zverev as well, winning in 3 sets over Bublik, but probably the most sensational match was Lorenzo Sonego winning in 3 sets over Ugo Humbert, but saving 4 match points en route. So here are the stats that I was just suggesting of note. Yes, as you see, the almost double the amount of winners from Gakhov, 15-8. Yeah, 17 unforced errors from Djokovic. Just seeing a replay of Musetti seeing out his win today. 7-6, 6-love over Kecmanovic. A super tight first set, albeit that Musetti won the tiebreak. And of course, Musetti may well play Novak Djokovic in this tournament. Looking at Dan Evans there, he won the first set 6-2 against Ivashka. Not quite sure where we're at in terms of the match there, but I'm sure I'll be bringing you up to date very, very shortly with that. But Gakhov is about to serve. He's changed his T-shirt. Will he have a change of fortune in this second set? He lost the first set super tight in the end, just to Novak 7-5 in the tiebreak, if you follow, winning 7-6 the set. But yeah, some stats there from that first set. But anyway, Gakhov gets the second set underway by serving first. Maybe I'll get an image of that up for you as well. And Gakhov wins the first point, 15-love. It's now 15-all. $24 of you tuning in on our various different platforms. Make sure you hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Oh, now you're putting me on the spot, Elena. I didn't even do a preview of this. I just didn't get time coming back from Estoril, and basically the tournament had already got underway. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to do a pinpoint prediction. As you say, I think the difference is that's a good forehand winner there from Gakhov, 30-15. As you say, Elena, I think the difference is between Estoril and Monte Carlo would suggest that those who did well there wouldn't necessarily do well here. We obviously had the winner on the US clay, Tiafoe, not playing here. Although I don't think he would have been a contender, if I'm honest, in Monte Carlo. But we saw Kecmanovic losing so comfortably today, despite getting to the final last week in Estoril. And Fokina's preparations in Estoril didn't really set him up very well here either. And therefore, I'm building up to sort of number 5, number 6 favorite, if you like. Number 4, number 5 favorite would probably be Casper Ruud, but I'm not sure we can take too much stock from his performance in Estoril as a result, although I do think he did play really well there. And that leaves us with 3, really, in my opinion. Jannik Sinner, Novak Djokovic, and Stefanos Tsitsipas. Djokovic and Sinner on the same side of the draw. By the way, Gakhov is leading 40-30 if something crazy does happen in the match while I share my thoughts on the overall winner. Let's go Jannik Sinner, shall we? Let's go Jannik Sinner, Elena. I think Vanch has picked Jannik Sinner to win the tournament in his predictions. Yeah, it's tricky, if I'm honest. It's just something about Novak in Monte Carlo the last few years and also the performance in that first set. Yeah, may just be a bit tricky for him, although he's got it back to juice now in this first game. So you've got Stefanos against Jannik. Yeah, could well be. Stefanos, I think, is quite fortunate in that he's on the opposite side of the draw to both the 2 other main contenders, if you like. I'm not sure where Casper Ruud falls in the draw. Let me just have a quick look at the draw. I think I did have it on the screen earlier, actually. I don't know if I've still got it here. Let's see if I can get that. I did have it on the screen earlier. Let's see if I can bring it up again for you. Just to see what side of the draw Casper is in. So we've got Zverev on the same side as... no, that must be wrong. That's not Zverev. That's wrong. Let's get this one. Let's have a quick look at Tsitsipas's draw. Oh, yeah. By the way, Gakhov has a game point. Is he going to win this point? He is, you know. Wow, what a point that was. One game to love. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, there we go. Okay, there we go. This is better. I'll share this with you now. So we've got Djokovic here playing here against Gakhov. I see Djokovic, by the way, playing Musetti in a couple of rounds or in the next round. So that will be interesting, but I would have Djokovic prevailing there. The problem is that Sinner and Djokovic are on a collision course in the quarterfinals. Sinner will play Schwartzman. Good win for Schwartzman, by the way, over David Goffin in straight sets. Hurkacz is well on his way to winning the first set against Jack Draper, by the way. Last time I checked, that was 4-love. So probably Hurkacz will prevail there and will therefore be on a collision course with Hurkacz. So that's Hurkacz against Draper right now, then Hurkacz against potentially Sinner. Hurkacz against Sinner. Anyway, I haven't really fully addressed it. Yeah, I'm going for Jannik Sinner. Yeah, why not? A new winner. A new Masters 1000 winner. Call me crazy, but it looks like at least we're not too far apart, Elena, in terms of your prediction with Steph against Jannik in the final. $15 on the Djokovic serve. Backhand there for... that's an unforced error there for Gakhov. 30-love, Novak Djokovic. The moment looking quite comfortable, but that was an important hold for Gakhov at the beginning of this this second set, because so often against these champs, we see them win a very, very, very tight first set and then just run away with the match from there on in. What a drop shot. I say what a drop shot. It does just clip the net. But anyway, Djokovic apologizes, but I don't know. I thought that was actually going to make it over the net without even clipping it. In the end, it did clip the net. And 40-love. Forehand return. It's a drop shot this time from Gakhov. Doesn't work. It's 1 game all. And it's Gakhov to serve. Djokovic holding serve there without dropping a point. 1 game all. Just 10 minutes now into this second set. Gakhov to serve. 1 game all. I think somebody suggested earlier that Gakhov would do well to win more than 6 games. So I guess we're already at that point. Well, in fact, he's won 7 now. So, although that forehands like that won't do him any good. Love 15. You're going to go with Steph. Fair enough, to win the tournament. 3rd time in a row. That would be very impressive. Not so sure. Not so sure. Maybe he won't even make the final. I still didn't really check out. Is Casper on the same side of the draw as him? Oh, Novak there looking a bit annoyed. 15 all. Thanks for tuning in. Make sure you hit the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel if you are new. You, like Elena, like Ghosty, and like so many others, can also become a member to get perks so you can keep up to date with all things tennis. Become a member and you'll get exclusive footage and the opportunity to send in badges and all sorts of other little gizmos for a very reasonable price. Anyway, 15 all. Down the tee, backhand return. Forehand goes long and wide from Gakhov on his serve. 15-30 now. Is this the moment that we see Djokovic finally put on the afterburners and pull away from his opponent? His team doesn't look particularly happy with the way this match has been unfolding. Certainly be relieved to come through that first set. Good return there from Novak from a fairly difficult position. Good forehand there from, is he going to win the point? Yes, it is. That's an excellent shot from Gakhov at the net. 30 all. Just a bit too much distance for Djokovic to recover from there after that half volley. Djokovic fairly deep return position as well. It's a good first serve there from Gakhov. From 15-30, he's now at 40-30. That's very impressive. Steph versus Stan rematch. Oh, you mean Wawrinka? So Kasper's on the same side of the draw as Novak and Jannik, I think is what you're suggesting, if I understand correctly. And Novak goes into the net with that forehand. There was a chance to pass, but was just a bit too far, too much of a stretch for him. And it's 2-1. So good hold there from Gakhov again under a bit of pressure. Looks like Draper's got one of the breaks back, by the way. So it's 5-2. Steph versus Stan, that match. Where was that match? Steph versus Stan. Are you talking about New York? Am I getting confused? Maybe I should remember. Quick look around some of the other matches that are unfolding. As I say, Draper's got one of those breaks back. He was a double break down to Hubert Hurkacz. Ivashka is close to winning the second set. I did have him beating Evans. That is now looking a bit more likely than it was 20 minutes ago. Anyway, he's 4-2 up, albeit a set down. Hurkacz is 5-2 up on Jack Draper, as I just touched upon. We're watching Djokovic against Gakhov unfold in front of us and unfold in fairly spectacular style, I would say, certainly compared to many of us who probably thought that Djokovic would have it fairly comfortably today. 7-6, Djokovic won the first set and they're on serve in the second. Musetti ended up running away with that clash with the Estoril finalist, Kecmanovic. Nardi winning in straight sets against the wildcard Vasharo. And Rublev making heavy weather of his match against Jaume Munar, but ultimately prevailing in 3 sets. Davidovich-Fokina, arguably the biggest surprise today, at least in terms of the scoreline, losing 6-2, 6-2, winning just 4 games against Karen Khachanov, of course, who's on a run of back-to-back Grand Slam semifinals. Don't think he'll be repeating that feat in Roland Garros, but let me know in the live chat if you disagree and you see Khachanov repeating that achievement and getting to the semifinals there. Some doubles action as well, as we see Martin and Mies overcoming Schwartzman and Sinner. But Schwartzman and Sinner have much bigger fish to fry, arguably, with their singles matches upcoming. Schwartzman, of course, winning his match in the first round. Much needed win for him on the clay. And Sinner, of course, many people's favorite for the tournament, or many people's tip for the tournament. I've just plump for him. And I know Vanch has gone for him too. Sonego, though, winning in the match of the day easily by saving all those match points that we touched on earlier. It's 15-all, by the way, on the Novak Djokovic serve here. So, yeah, Sonego saving 4 match points en route to his 3-set win. Dimitrov overcoming Shelton in 3 sets. Zverev doing the same with Bublik. And Lehecka beating Rusa Vori. Lehecka, now that's a dark horse. Here we go. Let's share these 3 matches, shall we, on the screen? Okay. Novak Djokovic here serving at 1-2. And 30-15. Okay, Roland Garros, pre-pandemic, yes, 2019, 8-6 in the 5th. Yes, that's when Stan won that, right? And then Stan went on to lose to Federer, I think. Federer ended up losing to Nadal, and Nadal beat Dominic Thiem in the final. After Dominic Thiem, I was actually at that Roland Garros. I went to the semi-final between Thiem and Djokovic. Okay, anyway, 30-15 on the Novak serve. That's an excellent, super, super aggressive forehand from Novak, and it's enough to make it 40-15. Most devastated you've seen him, Tsitsipas? Yes, but I've seen him look pretty devastated after, remember him losing to Rafa the same year at the Australian Open. Didn't seem particularly happy that day. Some of his defeats to Djokovic as well have been pretty brutal. I was also at the French Open 2021 final. Don't know if I'll be there this year or not. Not sure yet. Right. Okay. Forehand Novak. It's good defense here, but it probably won't be enough from Gakhov, and it's not. And it's 2-all. So far in this match, we've had just the 2 breaks of serve. 1 each, of course. And there's not much between the 2, but of course there is 1 set between the 2. Crucially, Novak winning that tiebreak 2-5. 2 games all. Gakhov to serve, back under pressure again. That's why I see Stefanos Tsitsipas, the man we've just been talking about. He's chilling out there on the sofa, watching a bit of the tennis unfold in front of him. I wonder what he's making of Djokovic's match. Maybe he's thinking, yeah, I'll see you on Sunday. Gakhov to serve. 15. Love 15, though. He loses the first point. The loss to Rafa was hands down. These Roland Garros were, yeah, I know what you mean. What about his loss to Novak in the semi-finals? We can often forget about that one in Roland Garros of 2020. I think there was a chance to beat Novak that day, especially as it went into that 5th set. I think he was 2 sets to love down. Stefanos gets it back to 2-all. Seemed to run out of gas in the 5th set. I think it might have been 6-2 in the end to Novak in that 5th set, if I remember rightly. Anyway, 15-all here on the Gakhov serve. Every single service game really does feel like a bit difficult for Gakhov right now, although I could be wrong. Forehand Gakhov going out to the backhand, and the backhand is long from Novak, so it's 30-15. Mm-hmm. all. Goes down the tee on that serve, 40-30. 30 now for Gakhov. Backhand return. Backhand goes long. Has it gone long from Gakhov? It has. So we're at deuce. Nervy times right now for Gakhov. Thanks, Elena. Backing up my memory regarding 2020. Here we are at 2-all and deuce on the Gakhov serve. Forehand Gakhov, backhand Novak. Forehand Gakhov, forehand Novak. Backhand Gakhov goes long, has it? No. We're still in this serve. We're still in this point, sorry. Forehand Novak to the backhand of Gakhov. This time Gakhov does go long. He was playing with fire, you would argue, although, as I said so many times already on this stream, he really has got to play with fire. Yeah, I think it went downhill for Stefanos in general from the French Open final of 2021 until arguably the Australian Open final of this year. I know he won Monte Carlo a year ago, but that was the outlier in what was a fairly disappointing 18 months for Steph. Clips the net there on the first set. So it's a break point here for Novak Djokovic for what would feel like a commanding lead if he goes a set and a break up. Djokovic on the return. Advantage as a break point. It's going to be a second serve for Novak to look at. Has he gone long? He has. It's a double fault. It's a double fault. It's 3-2. Novak Djokovic now in a commanding position. 3-2 he leads now. Okay, let's get some of those other scores up for you. You know that Novak here is winning 3-2 in this third set with a break, which I've just reminded you of. And Ivashka did go on to win that second set, so they are into a decider. Hurkacz held his nerve to win 6-3. Was a double breakup, but ceded one of those breaks, I think. And so, but he does win that first set. Djokovic is up a set and a break. It's been a really, really good match between these two, but now does look like Djokovic will proceed to the next round, but a little bit more tennis to go there. Musetti winning in straight sets 7-6, 6-love over last week's finalist in Estoril Kecmanovic, perhaps suggesting that conditions in Monte Carlo are extremely different to those on the Portuguese Mediterranean coast. I guess Portugal only has one coast, or at least in terms of seas. Is it Mediterranean? It may even be Atlantic. Is the southern one Mediterranean? Let me know in the live chat. Let me know my seas and my oceans and what Portugal does touch in that respect. Nadal, no, not at all. Nardi winning in straight sets over Vacherot. Rublev winning in 3 sets against Munar. By the way, Rublev was a breakup in the first set. Somehow managed to lose it. Second set, he was 5-love up. And was serving, I think, for a bagel, but Munar gets a break back 6-2. It was an unusual match. Munar decided to be a slightly more aggressive player in the third set and paid the price with a few more unforced errors. I remember 2 coming in one game, bearing in mind I think he only did 2 in the previous set. And ultimately, Rublev proceeds, of course, the 2021 finalist. How far do you have him going in this tournament? Do you have him repeating that feat of 2021? Djokovic, by the way, is 15-love up right now on his serve. And the Fritz and Rune party, an interesting doubles pairing that one. They are through to their next round. Karen Khachanov or Khachanov? Let me know in the live chat whether you think it's a ha or a ka. Anyway, the Russian is through, having won in straight sets against Davidovich Fokina, who was last year's finalist, by the way. So we've had the 2 finalists of the last 2 years in action today, but with very different fortunes, with Rublev prevailing and the Spaniard losing. Talking of losing, Schwartzman and Sinner, the doubles pairing, losing there, but they are still very much both in the singles tournament. Schwartzman winning yesterday. I think it was yesterday. He beat David Goffin, I think. Sonego, by the way, in the match of the tournament so far, winning 3-6, 7-5, 7-5 over Ugo Humbert, the French qualifier. The wildcard prevailing, having to save 4 match points in that deciding set in one game, actually, when Humbert was serving for the match. And some incredible points, by the way, in that particular service game. I think the 4th match point included probably the point of the tournament, really, in terms of the importance and the significance and just the spectacularness of the passing shot from the Italian. He proceeds to the next round at the expense of Humbert. Wawrinka's doubles action has come to an end, but he's still very much in the singles tournament. Dimitrov beating Ben Shelton earlier, by the way. Shelton did win the second set, and I saw a huge roar from Ben at that point, perhaps thinking he might well end up proceeding. Djokovic holds, by the way, for a 4-2 lead, bringing back to the present. Another couple of matches from earlier today. Zverev beating Bublik and Lahetska beating lucky loser Rusevori. Anyway, Djokovic now is up 4-2. Will Gakhov win another game? Love 15 on his serve here. I think the Mediterranean ends in Gibraltar. So if that is the case, then I guess it's the Atlantic starts in the Algarve, does it then? And therefore, that counts as the Atlantic Ocean. Did I call it the Pacific Ocean a minute ago? I'm getting confused. Anyway, Atlantic and Pacific, very different parts of the world. By the way, interestingly, the Pacific Ocean actually has a TripAdvisor rating, and some of the comments are particularly interesting. I was looking at metro stations in Madrid yesterday. Don't ask me why. Well, you can, actually. It's because I was looking for accommodation there for the Madrid Open upcoming. And I saw a metro station that actually also has a Google, at least, rating of 2.9. I have no idea why it deserves such a low rating. Anyway, talking of ratings, Djokovic's rating today. What would we give Djokovic out of 10 today thus far? I'm going to go with 6 out of 10 for his overall. I mean, ultimately, if he prevails, it'll be job done, especially in straight sets, but a long, long way from his best. That is for sure. But a mark of the man is that he can be a long way from his best and still win in straight sets, even on maybe not his best, or definitely not his best surface. He's going to have 2 break points now. 15-40, Gakhov. If, from this position, by the way, if Gakhov was to win the match, it would be the comeback of the century. Ah, it's an ace. 30-40. Backhand return for Novak. (30-40), still second serve, I think, here. Oh, is that a double fault? I think it is. I think it is a double fault. He went, oh, maybe, no, sorry, not a double fault. Excuse me. It must have been a first serve. It was huge. I wonder why it went so big on a second serve. Okay, backhand return from Novak. Forehand, backhand, forehand Novak. Clips the net. He's got a bit lucky there, has he, Novak? Oh, is this going to land in? It is, you know. It's going to be a tweener. And it's unsuccessful. And Novak breaks. It is 5-2. Novak Djokovic got a bit fortunate, perhaps, with the net court. Apologizes to his opponent. Vanch here making me giggle on Twitter. Breaking news. Hubert Hurkacz has won a set, and it wasn't a tiebreak. Indeed, I think he's won a lot of tiebreaks this year, is what Vanch is getting at. So Novak Djokovic serving for the match at 5-2. I thought we might get a breaking story from Rafa Nadal regarding his Barcelona participation. But we haven't. Not during this match anyway. But I would anticipate possibly something in the next 24 hours. Certainly if he's planning on pulling out, I would expect to hear by tomorrow at the latest. That tweener, by the way, went long. Yeah. So Novak Djokovic serving for the match. (5-2) he leads. Been a very, very interesting competitive match. On the south coast in France. For sure, Mediterranean coast. Just waiting for a few of the people to sit down. Serving for the match. In the rally right now, and Djokovic goes long, love 15. Tweet that out there to the masses. Love 15 on the Djokovic serve. Maybe he won't do it the first time of asking. We're in the rally right now. Djokovic going for the drop shot. Doesn't succeed. Puts it into the net. Love 30. You have to play hard court. Are you going to play indoors, Elena? I'm guessing if it's on a hard court this time of year. We play on carpet in Bonn. It's an interesting surface. Quite quick. It's a good first serve there from Novak. 15-30 now. Nice chatting to you too as well, Eleanor. It's a forehand winner from Novak Djokovic, making it 30 all. Novak Djokovic 2 points away from victory. It's a good service, good defensive return. And Gakhov there goes wide on the forehand. Was really in trouble from the minute that first point went in. It is match point Novak Djokovic. (40-30) Novak Djokovic, match point. Goes into the net. He's won 3 points in a row. Love 30. Thought about a potential break back for Gakhov, at least one of the breakbacks. But from love 30, he's now eked out a 40-30 lead. And eked out meaning he has a match point. Second serve. Forehand return. Forehand Novak goes wide. So we're going to have a deuce. So he's being made to work for this. Okay, deuce, Novak here, forehand, goes into the net. So it's going to be a break point for Novak Djokovic. For Gakhov, Ivan Ghakov. Break point Gakhov. Who would have thought? return from Gakhov is pretty deep. Backhand slice from Gakhov, a little unorthodox. Forehand Gakhov. Must have landed on the line, that one. Forehand Djokovic, backhand Gakhov. Of course, has been a double-hander backhand on being a left-hander himself. Backhand slice there from Gakhov. I think his slice is nowhere near as good as Rafa's, that's for sure. Forehand Gakhov. Has that hit the line? Oh, it's gone just wide, at least according to the line judge. That was close. Whatever way you look at it, it was very close. Poor old Gakhov. And the umpire is just going to look at it. Yes, it is out. That was super close from being a winner and therefore one of the breaks back. Six p.m. here, so you can hear the bells ringing. And it's now advantage Novak Djokovic. He now does have match point. Again, his second match point. This time, will he close it out? Let's see where you're going with this one, Novak. Novak Djokovic goes, and he's got it. An unreturnable serve. He wins, Novak Djokovic, 7-6, 6-2. Let me know your thoughts in the live chat or in the comment section, wherever you are tuning in from, whether it be on Facebook or on Twitch. Djokovic wins 7-6, 6-2. Was a really difficult one, especially that first set. He was a breakdown in the first set, but ultimately he ends up prevailing to his relief, winning the second set much more comfortably with a couple of breaks of serve. They were on serve, though, at 2-all. But in the end, the world 196 could not quite live with the world number one. Djokovic proceeds. I think he may well play Musetti next. I'm not sure. Not quite sure where they are in terms of the situation. Djokovic prevails 7-6, 6-2 over Gakhov. Let's tweet that out there to the masses. And then just give you a quick view on the match and perhaps the tournament as a whole before I bring this stream to an end. Make sure you hit the like button because we will be finishing very shortly. Let's get that out there. Djokovic winning, as I said, that second set much more comfortably than the first. Djokovic prevailing 7-6, 6-2 over his opponent. 195 places was the difference today between the two. In terms of world rankings, 195 placings. Djokovic rocking the 22 jacket again. And he proceeds. So, some stats up on the screen. I can see Gakhov overall with more winners than his opponent by 24-14. The unforced errors account, though, was probably just slightly too many in the end for Gakhov at 31 compared to his 21 from Novak. But Novak will be slightly disappointed as well with committing that many unforced errors. Novak was far from his best. Was, of course, still enough to win. But it was a very entertaining match, I thought, at least. I would suggest. Yes. Let me know your thoughts in the live chat, what you thought of the match. It was very competitive. I thought, really, for a set and a half, it was really interesting stuff. And, yeah, Djokovic proceeds. I'm not sure who he'll be playing next. As I say, I think there's a potential Musetti match, but Musetti might have a match before then. Let's have a quick look at Musetti. I think he's going to be playing... Yeah, he's playing Luca Nardi tomorrow lunchtime. So I guess the day after will be... Djokovic won't be in action again until Thursday. Djokovic will play the winner of the all-Italian affair between Luca Nardi and Lorenzo Musetti. Be particularly interesting if it ends up being Musetti. Bearing in mind they had a 5-set thriller at the French Open in 2021 with Musetti winning the first 2 sets, but ultimately Djokovic prevailed there. I remember the 5th set was a non-event. In fact, arguably sets 3 and 4 were a non-event against Novak that day as well. But that'll be an interesting match, and arguably, or probably, Musetti will test Djokovic even more. But this match, of course, with Djokovic will take him on a little bit. And he has started his clay court season with a straight sets win. So that is a relief, particularly as he was a breakdown in the first set. He was 4-3 down, a breakdown, but immediately broke that back, getting it back to 4-all. Gakhov was under a bit of pressure on his serve, I remember, at that point. But he did hold his nerve and held on for the tiebreak. Djokovic eked out an early advantage, one he didn't relinquish, winning that tiebreak to 5. And probably really from that moment onwards, the victory was never in doubt, albeit that Gakhov did make him work a little bit at the beginning of the second set. Gakhov really having to be big and aggressive. Let's just have a quick look there. Yes, Djokovic will await the winner of Musetti and Nardi. Yeah, Gakhov had to be aggressive today. He was aggressive. And as I say, for a set and a half, it almost worked for him. But in the end, I think, we looked at a stat at some point during the first set, and it was all about the over 9-shot rallies going very much the way of Novak, as is so often the case. And to be honest with you, tactically, I don't think there's much more Gakhov could have done, really. Let's have a quick listen to Novak right now. What's he saying? It's an ugly win, he described it. Especially in the first set. I kind of expected this to happen, as in be tough. Changing directions from my opponent. No 2 bounces on clay are the same, so it's always a bit difficult to predict. But all in all, pleased with the way I held my nerve. 2-set win. I've never seen him on clay before today, Novak admits. I saw a bit of video yesterday, maybe not the best preparation, he says. It's a young player coming up, although he is 26, I believe. He won a challenger last week, apparently, so Novak says. Perhaps uncharacteristic for Russian in that he plays with a lot of spin, but he's been living in Spain. Maybe that explains it. It was a really tricky opponent, but I'm glad I overcome the challenge. So Novak proceeds. As I say, as we look on the screen there, he will potentially play Nardi or Musetti. I imagine it will end up being Musetti. Thank you for joining us today. I will leave you with a bit of music for a little while. Novak Djokovic has prevailed, as you can see on the screen. And thanks for tuning in, everyone. And we will speak to you all again very, very soon. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.